You are watching the Inside Edge Network. Double A Anthony Alford alongside the man they call Moon, Eli Moon. We are so excited each and every single weeknight to bring to you a continuous stream of programming right here on the Inside Edge Network.
Absolutely, Double A. You know, we will start at 8 o'clock sharp with the Daily Spiral. Autumn Chisholm bringing you everything you need to know from pop culture and entertainment and, of course, sports. And Autumn gives a very, very interesting take on a lot of things. We may get into it from time to time, but we love her, and you're going to love it as well. From 8 to 9, that's Daily Spiral, right into Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell. Your favorite afternoon show is Join the Evening Stream, and you're getting all your late-night news talk. Of course, Kyle has some strong opinions on the sports world and other things as well. He'll usher it in right into Inside Edge Primetime Double A. Chad B and I, Chad Bryan, we're going to rock out. We're going to do our thing from 10 to 11:30 now. We get an extra half hour. We get to cut loose a little bit, and we can't wait to get just entertaining, fun, and have a lot of great moments with you for an extra half hour. And then, of course, we hand the keys off to you. I hope you're ready to drive the Benz. But from 11:30 to 1, midnight run with an extra half hour now.
And listen, we going to be running. We going to be sprinting. We're going to be getting after it. Listen, the key to this lineup and the key to these shows, you're getting everything. You're getting entertainment. You're getting local community news. You're getting music. You're getting your top sports headlines. And if you're a foodie, I'm talking to you. You like steak. You like eggs. You like whatever. We have it all covered for you here on the Inside Edge Network across our stream. Dude, let me tell you, Eli, this is incredible to have this digital space, to do this every single night. People at night, they're looking for something to tune in, something to just watch, just people to vibe with. Are we still allowed to say vibe?
I don't know.
Don't tell us we couldn't say vibing.
I don't know. You know, and she'll answer this probably almost every night when we said that right now about vibes. But you know what? Like you said, music, sports, entertainment, mental health, community. That's what we're about. And we are going to bring that to each and every one of you every single night that's been with us since the start or is jumping on right now for the ride. We're excited. Double A, myself, Kyle, Autumn, Chad. We are so excited to rock with you for not just 3 hours this time around. We're rocking with you for 5 hours, 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. Where else could you be in the evening but with the Inside Edge Network?
Yeah, we hope you guys tune in again. This broadcast, thanks to all of our partners, thanks to you, and thanks again to the Brothers Lounge, of course, sponsoring us here at the Inside Edge Network. West 117th in Detroit, right on the Cleveland-Lakewood border. We have you covered. But guess what, folks? That's enough from us right now. You're going to see us. You're going to hear us a little bit later on. You got Eli at prime time. You got me at Midnight Run. But coming up, we got the Daily Spiral. We got Unfiltered coming your way next. This is Cleveland's digital leader. This is the Inside Edge Network.
Hello, everyone. If I sound crazy, I woke up this morning and I wasn't able to breathe through my nose. I don't understand what happened.
I was ready to say, if you sound crazy, that just means it's Tuesday.
Hey, that too. No, right up this morning, I woke up and I was like, what is going on? Why is my throat scratchy? Why is my nose? I'm barely able to breathe. I've been okay, but welcome to the Daily Spiral, everyone. As you guys can see, I'm a little nuts. I'm a little all over the place. Hey, how's your day been?
It's good. It's good. I took you and Eli's advice. I put an ice cube in this cup.
That was Eli.
Right before, and this coffee is all gone now, so I'm ready to go. You don't sleep with I read about this the other day. Do you sleep with your fan on?
I do sleep with the air conditioner on.
Oh, with the AC. That's different.
I have a portable one because my house is old.
Gotcha. Do you have your unit like right next to you, like directed at your face? That could be it.
See, this is you. I'm gonna tell you something even worse. So I like usually after it gets nighttime, like because like it's that time of year where at night it's really, really cold, right? Like in the daytime, hot. At night, freezing cold, right? So not only will I have to I also have a heater. So I'll turn off the AC and I'll blast the heater for like an hour because it's cold. And then because I got hot and I can't sleep when it's hot, I then turn on the AC and I have to back and forth.
Autumn, it's August. Why is that heater being used? It's August.
I'm sorry. I use my heater all year round. Look, in the middle of the summer one day, I got cold and I started using it.
Autumn, the time to use the heater is autumn season. That's the time to use the heater.
Let me tell you something right now. And during that fall, that heater gets I've been through at least 3 heaters in the last 2 years.
Oh my God. And I get I don't understand. Maybe it's just me, but that heater, I try not to turn that heater on until the clocks change. That heater ain't getting touched.
Me and you are wildly different because
until I see us adjusting these clocks to we get that extra hour of sleep in November. That heater ain't getting touched.
You want to know? I'm gonna tell you something even worse. In my car, at all times, I have to have my butt warmer on. My seat warmer is on all year long.
Oh, jeez.
I will press that thing in the middle of the morning, because it warms my body up. I don't know what to tell you. And if for anyone who's gonna say, "Oh, she probably has low iron," I know I do. Okay, I'm gonna tell you something very crazy. I went to the doctor. I've been to the doctor a lot over the last 6 years. I've had 3 doctors look at my vitamin C level and say, I've never seen something that low. Just give yourself a number of how low you think it is.
Pretty low. Pretty low. I don't know what the standard number would be, like 6 or 7. I don't know.
Oh, you guessed. That's what it is.
Oh, I got it.
It's supposed to be in the 20s.
Hey, Double A, your InsideEdge Network medical expert.
It was 6 a couple years ago. It's 7 now.
Okay, so that's
not good.
That's
not good. That's really bad.
I should probably check that for myself. But here's the problem, men. Okay, I don't want to throw all men under the bus here, but I will. Men are not fully aware of their health status, medical status, the way that we should be.
You are correct.
The way we treat medical, and I knock on wood, I pray, hope everything's good on my. The way we treat it, if we work out, we run, we do whatever, and then we get the okay at our screenings. We get once a year, we're in the clear.
You got to go to the doctor.
Do.
Look. I've had a pelvic floor physical therapist, the gastro doctor, OBGYN, regular doctor, who else? Oh, just a general practitioner. I now have to make another appointment with the PCOS clinic. Take care of yourself, Double A. Honestly, it has helped me in the long run, even though, again, I'm sick right now.
I'm going to run this by Kyle because we have the same daytime job. I need to see if my insurance, my work insurance, covers everything you just said.
It'll cover it.
Yeah. I need to check that. I do have a we're coming up on it. I have my 6-month dental appointment.
Oh, I haven't even been to. No, that's one thing I haven't been to in a while because you can't get in, and I know I need to get a cleaning because I haven't had one in a while. But let's get into it.
Is that part of your insurance?
I had to get a whole separate insurance for that.
Gotcha. If you can't get on that, because maybe I
pay for it, so
you might exactly. If you pay for it, you might as well do it. I mean, the one day last year, not the last appointment, but the appointment before, the morning of, I ran out of floss. I know you're supposed to get the string one, but I like this one.
No, I like that one better. The string one gets caught.
This gets the job done. But I ran out the morning of my appointment, and the dentist, she's gonna come over. She's like, "Oh, you had pizza this morning." I'm like, "Oh, you didn't floss." Like, I ran out of floss. Oh, what do you want me to do? It was either work an appointment or work it. And I didn't mean to get worked up over that.
It's okay.
Apparently, I'm not over certain things.
It's okay. It's okay. Speaking of things I pay for, Amazon Prime has released a new TV show called Sterling Point. Now, AA, I'm going to tell you something like that. Since I was a teenager, I've been obsessed with watching like TV shows that are like considered bad or just for like teenagers or young adults. Okay.
Yeah.
I was a regular.
You're the ABC Family Freeform.
Oh yeah, I was.
You're all in that.
I was a regular Secret Life of the American Teenager viewer, The Fosters, Switched at Birth, Baby Daddy, all those ABC Family shows. I love me a good CW show, and Amazon Prime.
Why
am I not surprised? Oh yeah. When I tell you any network that made like a young adult TV show, I have watched it. Okay.
If we were old, if you were old enough, it'll be the WB.
Both the WB and the CW. It didn't matter. I was there. Okay. What I Like About You, I still watch it.
That's you throwing it back there. That's a throwback. How about that?
One Tree Hill, I've seen all the seasons. Like
didn't they have like 9 seasons?
Yeah. 9 seasons. And I think it's on Netflix. It's either on Netflix or on HBO Max. One of the two. But I have a new show. Okay. Amazon Prime has been killing it. Okay.
What show did I watch on Amazon Prime besides the show you're about to talk about? What show? I can't think of it right now, but there's a show on Prime, and I'm like, this is pretty good. This is good stuff. I give Prime. It was something we watched earlier in the year. I forgot.
Gen V.
Huh?
Gen V.
No. It was I'm sorry, I completely derailed the segment. I know I can't think of the show, but it was something on Prime that I like loved. But this show here that you told me to kind of scope around and watch. You gotta open things up for me.
Okay, so AA has this thing where if he 20 minutes into a show, he'll give up on it, right? That's not me. I gotta give it at least one episode. If you can't catch me by the end of episode 1.5 episodes, I'll give you the first, and then the second one. If you can't catch me at the beginning, I'm like, no. Okay. So they have started, like, of course, they've been doing original content for a while now. So the show is called Sterling Point. Right? And you would think it's based off of a book because Amazon has leaned heavily into their book roots. If you guys don't know, Amazon started off as a bookseller, like marketplace, and now they're just what they are, right?
And their main business is steal
books. Yeah, they have the Kindle, they have the Kindle app, they do Kindle Unlimited, like they have Audible, they have everything book related. And so they've kind of like created the niche market of book adaptations. Sterling Point is not one of them. Sterling Point is an original series created by Megan Park. Now, do you know who Megan Park is, AA?
I recognize her face. I didn't know her name before I watched the previews, but I've seen her work before.
Yes, so she has done 2 projects before this. She did a movie called My Old Ass, also on Amazon Prime, an original movie. and a movie on HBO Max called The Fallout. But she was an actress before she was a director. Do you know what show she acted on?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, Megan Park was one Miss Grace Bowman on Secret Life of the American Teenager.
That was her?
That was her.
Good for her. Good. Wow.
And if you don't know who Grace Bowman is,
that makes sense.
Grace Bowman was, let me tell you, they put Grace through the ringer. Homegirl lost her virginity, and the same night her dad died in a plane crash. Yeah. So they made it seem like because she had sex, her father died. Secret Life
here I am
was one of the craziest shows.
Hold up, in Autumn, here I am on these airwaves having a meltdown over watching a Tyler Perry movie before the midnight show, and we have that.
Y'all, this is how I know AA doesn't watch real TV. Let me tell you right now. Secret Life of the American Teenager was real TV, okay? We had that. We had Amy's dad having an affair with multiple women, and also Amy and Grace technically being stepsisters because her dad was married to her mom, but then they broke up and got a divorce before the two of them were even born. Like I could do a whole show on the craziness. But Megan Park played Grace Bowman, and she has been quoted in interviews saying like she wanted the dialogue of the show to feel like two teenagers were actually talking to each other, because she's been on television and been on sets where it is very clear that the people writing have never heard two teenagers talk. And as soon as she said that, I said, oh, she's talking about Secret Life of the American Teenager.
That makes sense.
He is talking about that show. But yeah, she created the show. She said it was based off of one of the times she went home, because she's Canadian. So she went home. She said she was in her childhood bedroom and she was just kind of looking around. And she said the idea kind of came to her. And so she shot the whole thing. She's the showrunner, the director, the creator. And it has been received very well. It is 100% on Rotten Tomatoes on Prime Video.
That's pretty amazing. And I looked up before we came on the air, the trailer. I just the comments underneath, more than one person said about this show, like the trailer does not do justice of the quality of this show. And like I got people in all caps like, this show is this effing good. The trailer doesn't do justice on the quality of the show. So
it really doesn't. It really doesn't, because you'll be watching the show and like, as someone that works with teenagers, like I just at one point stopped and I was like, this is how these kids talk to each other. Like it just like in my head, I was like, I feel like I'm just watching two kids just like communicate back and forth. The way they jump from topic to topic, the way they have like their decision making is terrible. And I'm like, I like a show where the characters are allowed to be flawed and they don't have to be perfect, and we don't have to punish them for not being perfect.
That's amazing. I mean, I just want to say like how let me put my phone away. That's wow. I'm sorry. You ever had that during the show? Like something just popped up like, whoa.
Yeah, no, that's happened to me several times.
Holy smoke. I'm sorry. I'll tell you during the break. But
Lord.
I'll tell you during the break. But yes. Yeah, I mean, everyone that I seen on the trailer, they all mean well. Does this come off this way? They all mean well, but all of them are, because they're teenagers, they're all extremely flawed.
I'm gonna say this: the teenagers aren't the bad part of the show. The teenagers are the teenagers, right?
That's just like real life too, right?
Yeah,
like,
they do what teenagers are expected to do. It's the adults that will piss you off in the show. All of the adults in the show, literally at one point, I was like, oh, the parents are terrible. Every single parent in this show is horrific, to the point where I was like, oh, I don't want to root for any of you.
So somebody on YouTube here said the plot of this show is from Reddit. The cast was from Pinterest, and the dialogue is from Tumblr.
Absolutely.
Is all of that accurate?
That is incredibly accurate because they will just go into tangents. There's a scene where a couple of the characters are in a club and they're in the bathroom, and I just am like, oh my god, like I've been that age and been in the bathroom at a club, and you're just talking about the most random stuff with someone, and I'm like, this is just what it's like to be a young adult. Like it just really captured it.
And y'all spend a long, guys, we just go in there,
Hey, sometimes you gotta get your bearings
out.
together. Sometimes you're talking to a girl and you're telling her she's pretty and you're drunk and she's drunk and you become best friends.
Y'all be having a whole line like outside y'all bathroom.
Do you not understand when you go out as a woman, there are layers, okay? You have to take off layers to use the bathroom and then you have to put those layers back on. That's why like some women don't like to use the bathroom when they go to the club. Because it's like, well, damn, I have to take off what's underneath. Or if you're wearing a bodysuit, it's like, damn, Winnie the Pooh. So, like no. Like, that's why it takes so long.
Oh, sorry. If you're doing all, no, that's bad. That's all bad. No, but it even worse, I'm sure, too, like, I have to imagine the toilets are horrible. So
it's three toilets.
I'm assuming you're squatting. You're not sitting. I'm assuming.
Yeah, because even worse is that you're squatting. You're trying not to use the bathroom, and then you're also trying not to pull everything all the way down because it's like, why you got your pants down all the way down in the bathroom in the club?
Yeah, that's bad, and the floor is nasty. All that stuff. Anywho, yes. No, but do you feel like though, like, because somebody mentioned here, like, we're getting a ton of somebody says sister rom-coms and stuff. I don't know.
Not a sister rom-com. This is a trauma bond. That's what I gathered. This is from the show.
So is the story here? So the story.
I can't spoil it. Because
I'm just basing it strictly on what I saw from the trailer. So. One, just tell me if I'm right or wrong, or am I on the right track? Mm-hmm. So one girl finds her. So one girl discovers the other girl, and somehow they're related, but they don't know each other.
Mm-hmm. You're on the right track.
And they're two completely different personalities.
Absolutely.
And the last thing I remember, hey, come with me on a boat. Which, by the way, I ain't doing. Hell no.
That's like early in the relationship.
Okay. If you tell me, hey, we're gonna solve things, come with me on a boat. Absolutely not. We can solve on solid land, and
it's much crazier than that. That scene is actually quite insane. I'm gonna just give you a general synopsis. Then we're gonna go to break, and then we're gonna talk about the NFL and some people in the NFL. But a general synopsis is that there are these two kids in New York that find out that their mom's dad passed away. Right? So their mom passed away when they're young. They find out their grandfather passed away. He leaves them property in Canada.
Oh my goodness.
So
couldn't they give them like a basic sister storyline? Like,
no, it's television. It's television. So
hey, we moved halfway across the country. We found ourselves at a mall, and here we go. We're now sisters.
No, it's even crazier. So one of the twins goes to Canada, the other one stays home. The twin that goes to Canada, she's trying to find herself and this meaning of life because she's just graduated high school, and she meets these people, and one of these people that she meets is her sister. She doesn't know how they're related. She doesn't know how they came to be. It's just a whole web of like her discovering herself and her trying to create this bond with this sister that she's just found. And it takes some crazy turns. And I told you I was sad after the second episode. After the second episode, I was like, oh, I need to watch this. I'm locked in. It's only 8 episodes. So it's an easy watch.
Yeah, I'll give it that. And
you got to give them more than 20 minutes.
My rule. You know my rule. If the first 20 minutes sucks,
you got to give them more than 20 minutes.
Turn it off. I have this remote right here. Hit this whole button.
Oh my God.
Hit this button. Sucks. Going back to the home screen.
Oh my God.
This is probably why I'll never date again, because
you're set in your ways.
I'm very much set in my ways. I'm very impatient. I can't stay still for longer than, I guess, an hour when we do these shows. And they got to hold my attention. And if the show has a hairy behind from a guy, I'm turning it off. Thanks, Autumn.
There's no. This is not heated rivalry. I promise you. There's no butts in the show. Okay, I promise. It's about teenagers. There's no butts in the show.
I hope. I mean, damn. We talk about.
There's a lot of cussing, but there's no butts.
Okay. I'll give it a try.
I know you're a man of the cloth now, so I'm gonna just say that there's a lot of cussing. Okay,
it's fine. I'll give it a shot. See what happens. Today was just tough just because of my schedule, but I'll give it time.
Today, when we come back from the break, we're gonna talk about the 3 biggest grifters of the weekend: Pat McAfee, Dan Orlovsky, and Stephen A. Smith. And we're going to get to Jaden Daniels and the number 5 and whatever craziness that is. And then, of course, I will give you my good spiral and bad spiral of the day. I have a good bad spiral. I have a bad spiral that I've never seen what happened in this scenario happen ever. And you're going to be shocked when you see it. But you guys are watching us here on the Inside Edge Network, and we will be right back.
What's up, guys? Awesome show today on Unfiltered. Talked about a lot. We regrettably talked Browns. I get sweaty talking about any sort of Cleveland sports team not named the Cavs, and even then I still get a little nervous. Talked about them. They got a lot to sort out. We also dove into a bunch of different things, flock cameras, everything else in between, all your news, talk sports. We always have it for you here on Unfiltered. Tomorrow, really sad scene out of Lorain County, a couple teenagers passing away in a shooting. We'll dive into that a little bit. Also, crazy story out of Summit County involving a couple dozen cats and 1 dog, only 1. I'll explain all of this tomorrow on Unfiltered right here on the Inside Edge Network, 9 to 10. I'll see you Tuesday. Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Imported coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
All right. Whoa.
Whoa.
Why is that in my face? Whoa. Welcome back, everyone. Let's talk
That's my
about
fault. I think that was a double click.
Double A. Jesus. Let's talk about the grifters, Double A. We have 3 grifters to talk about. Who you want to start with first? 3 of them.
It's all one of them's a tad bit more personal and serious than the other 2. So you know what? Let's quickly do Dan Orlovsky, and then we'll go from lighter to heavy.
Okay, so Dan Orlovsky decided to release his annual QB tiers list, right? He released it on August 13th, 2026. Now, this list is apparently his annual list. Now, I'm going to say this. Dan Orlovsky was a terrible NFL quarterback. The man literally ran out of the end zone. I'm not even joking. He was in his own end zone and ran out of the back of the end zone.
I think I watched that live on Red Zone.
He was the first quarterback's team his team was the first team to ever go 0-16. Like, they did not win a game that season, right? This man was a terrible quarterback. He has since rebounded and become a respected NFL analyst, right? This is something that we all know, right? He came out one day and it was just like, oh, Dan Orlovsky knows what the hell he's talking about when it comes to quarterbacks, even though he was a terrible quarterback, right? Boy, his list of quarterbacks is crazy. So he has them ranked by arm strength, ball placement, mechanics, decision-making, pocket presence, second reaction, and rushing ability. In arm strength, he has Josh Allen, number 1, Justin Herbert after him, Caleb Williams, Matthew Stafford, Patrick Mahomes, Baker Mayfield, Drake May, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, and Dak Prescott. Ball placement, Matthew Stafford 1, Drake May 2nd, Sam Darnold, Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, Jordan Love, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Brock Purdy, and Dak Prescott. Mechanics, Matthew Stafford, somehow, some way. Joe Burrow, Daniel Jones, Jared Goff, Dak Prescott, CJ Stroud, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson at 10. This is the one where everybody's like, what's going on? Decision making with the football. He has Josh Allen at number 1. I don't know if y'all know this, but Josh Allen is not always the greatest decision maker when it comes to the football. He in no way, shape, or form is number 1 when it comes to decision making. I would in fact put him at number 10.
Yeah, I mean, if this was strictly a regular season thing, that would be a different conversation. But I can't erase that decision-making interception in the playoffs against the Broncos.
Multiple. There's not just one
Mhm.
guy. There's multiple. So he's Josh Allen number 1, Matthew Stafford number 2, Jordan Love number 3, Drake May number 4, Jane Daniels number 5, Dak Prescott number 6. You have Dak Prescott ahead of Jalen Hurts. Dak Prescott didn't know how much time was on the clock and was trying to still run a play.
Mm-hmm.
And you have him above Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, and Jalen Hurts. The two quarterbacks that you have at the bottom have won the last 3 Super Bowls.
Yeah, I'm trying to see here what how he defined decision making. And I don't and I will hope that it goes beyond who threw the least amount of interceptions.
No, it's from he said the league's top problem solvers. That's the most ridiculous. Again, you have Dak Prescott ahead of 2 people who won like 4 Super Bowls combined.
So you would have.
I wouldn't even have Dak Prescott on this list. I wouldn't have Dak Prescott nowhere near this list. Again, I watched him in a game, not know how much time was on the clock.
Yeah,
in a playoff.
That did happen. Yeah, that did happen.
Like 2 years in a row.
By the way, can I mention something real quick too?
Yeah.
Apparently, somebody in Philadelphia is not a fan of Jalen Hurts on the social media team because they showed him. Now they redeemed themselves today, but a few days ago they showed, hey, this is our guy throwing an interception in practice.
Yeah, I saw that.
I'm like, that's nuts. And then the Eagles made up for themselves because they released a GoPro with Jalen Hurts throwing a touchdown, which is cool. I mean, I think the Browns are preparing something like that because you see Shador and Deshaun both with cameras on their helmets. So I think that could be universal across the league. But I'm curious about the decision making. Josh Allen does not belong at number 1 at all.
Not even close. He is terrible. Now, I do agree with his rushing ability list. Lamar Jackson is the best rusher. Josh Allen is probably second best. I wouldn't put Drake May third. I'd probably put him lower. I just don't understand how he has so many like first year quarterbacks on his list, right? We've only really seen Drake May and Bo Nix really 1 year samples. Like, we know what Joe Burrow can do. We know what Lamar Jackson can do. We know what Josh Allen can do. We know what Jalen Hurts and Patrick Mahomes and Baker Mayfield can do. Jaden Daniels is going into his 3rd year. Bo Nix is coming into his 2nd year. Caleb Williams is coming into his 3rd year. Drake May, his 2nd year. Like, these guys are really not like I get they had great years last year. I'm not knocking them. But I wouldn't put them on this list to be like great decision makers. Like,
I'm still
no.
And you know what, Autumn? I might actually follow up on this midnight run later on because I'm trying to figure out his definition of decision making.
I'm like, really
what does that entail?
Because I'm actually gonna go back because this decision making list has no Matthew Stafford. It has no Sam Darnold. It does. It does. The decision making one. No, it's not the decision making one. That's not the one that we were talking about. It's the second. No, was it decision making?
I have an issue with decision making with Josh Allen being number 1. I think that's what I have an issue with that.
Yes. Okay.
I want to follow up on decision making later on.
In fact, I would say so. What I would do is I would put Matthew Stafford as number 1. Matthew Stafford does actually have really good decision making. I saw that man throw a backwards pass in the Super Bowl and win. Okay, and he played in Detroit for a number of years. Okay,
in part, his experience with Detroit working with Sean McVay now. So, yes, part of decision-making is having good coaches.
Yeah.
And having Sean McVay coach one of the smartest guys in the NFL, Matthew Stafford. Stafford should be probably number one on the list.
I would say it would be Matthew Stafford, Patrick Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, and then maybe Josh Allen.
I just caught this, and excuse my ignorance for not looking at this list before the show. How is Patrick Mahomes on decision-making? Number 9.
Patrick Mahomes is at the bottom of his list. I'm going to just say this straight up. Almost every black quarterback, except for one part, which is rushing ability, is at the bottom of almost every single list. Jordan Love is ranked number 3, and I think that's the highest a black quarterback is ranked outside of the rushing ability. Yeah.
And even if you take that component, I still Mahomes is the best quarterback of this generation.
Yeah.
And one of the best quarterbacks of all time. And we got that discussion later on. But to say that Mahomes, how many times have we talked about year after year? Oh, we're finally up against Kansas City, but Mahomes is driving down the field. And typically, I mean, you have the injuries, but typically Mahomes could lead a game-winning drive and take a game away from you.
I'm sorry. I mean, look, he did it in the Super Bowl. He literally took advantage of the fact that San Francisco did not realize that they had to stop them on offense in order to win a Super Bowl.
Mahomes led his team to field goal range with 13 seconds left in a playoff game in regulation in 2021. Buffalo was about to move on. And you had one of the all-time finishes and stuff. Yeah. We're going to follow up. I'm going to actually write that down because I need to hear from Dan Orlowski later on where this nonsense of this list came from. The man did his job as ESPN. Look for content. Boo-hoo, you got content.
Well, you got
Screw
content.
you.
Yeah, we're talking about you. But it's just it made no sense to me because I'm looking at these lists and I'm like none of these make sense. This. Okay, so the other one to me that I'm like, what are you talking about? Is the second reaction ability. It says the flip side is working outside of the pocket. Okay. There's obviously always a plan when the ball is snapped, but NFL defenses are pretty dang good at derailing things. So what happens when a plan A doesn't work? And these are the people that he says when plan A doesn't work, they're great at plan B.
Okay.
He has Josh Allen as number 1 again. Caleb Williams, Patrick Mahomes, Drake May, Sam Darnold, Bo Nix, Brock Purdy, Lamar Jackson, Jaden Daniels, Baker Mayfield. What are you some of these dudes I've watched them have terrible reactions after they get out the pocket.
Caleb, I can listen to being at the top because he has some circus plays that he converted in big games. If you're solely basing off of last season, Caleb, you can make a case. I'm not ready to put my foot down. You can make a case for Caleb to be number 1 on that particular list. You can make a case. The throw he had. I mean, the Green Bay game. I think that on that Saturday night.
Yeah.
And then he had a Sunday night throw against the Niners. Same deal. He basically ran backwards, and then found his open man in the end zone where he was left for dead. So I'll give Josh Allen fine, but
his list is just, to me, is one of those clickbaity lists where it's now we're talking about it because that's what he wanted, right?
Mm-hmm.
Again, you have the mothership wants. Almost every single list outside of one has a black quarterback ranked almost every single dead last stat. And I know people are going to be like, oh my God, it didn't have nothing. It actually does. It has a lot. Black quarterbacks are very good right now. They are making up.
And there's
top
more
quarterback.
diversity in terms of their skill set. Because again, for years, it was just
Short guy.
oh, can they run? And that was it. Like
Yeah.
and now they're you know, it's
We got
a
Lamar
more
Jackson.
uniform level.
Yeah, we got Lamar Jackson, we got Jaden Daniels, we got Caleb Williams, we got Patrick Mahomes, you got Jordan Love, Jalen Hurts. Like you have at least 6 top black quarterbacks, and you're constantly ranked. Dak Prescott. Now, I don't understand the Dak Prescott of it all. Again, I watched Dak Prescott in 2 different playoff games, not know what time it was, and he is yet to get his team to a conference anything. But that's
Dak
the first.
Prescott's a phenomenal fantasy football quarterback.
He is. He will get you your points, but he will not win you a damn thing. Now, second grifter, Stephen A. Pat McAfee. Who you want?
Again, we're going from. Honestly, we got to hit both of them. It depends on which one you think you have a stronger take on.
Honestly, I have a stronger take on Stephen A. Smith.
All right, let's do McAfee, then get to Stephen A.
Okay. McAfee. Okay, so Pat McAfee, former punter. Now, I don't even know what he is. He's not an analyst. He's whatever he is. Right?
Talent.
That's what he is. Yeah. And talent is stretching it pretty far. Okay. So he loves to go into his shows and say, I'm not political, y'all. You can't catch me being political, but he'll show up to the Patriot games, waiting outside in the rain like a schoolboy for the president. And he'll sit and he'll smile and cheese and he'll do everything. He'll let Aaron Rodgers rant and rave about Anthony Fauci on his platform, and then he'll only shut him down when he starts talking about ESPN, because ESPN gives him the money. Well, Pat McAfee decided to come out with an album. And I'm going to just say this. If Dave Portnoy, one of the worst humans to ever exist, says your album is a joke, I honestly, like I said yesterday, if the first lady said, hey, you're embarrassing yourself on television, I would simply pass away. If Dave Portnoy said I was a joke, let me tell you right now, I would sit with myself and I say, you know what? I think I need to change every single thing about myself. Dave Portnoy.
I think this is one of those cases too, on top of everything, where it's twofold, right? It's on one side, we want you to stick to sports, and then on the other side, actually, we didn't mean that. So that's a whole other thing, and it's infuriating to see. But I think the other thing too, this is the case, Autumn. You have somebody. I think people around him, they're not telling him no.
That's what it is.
They're not like, this is a case where he has the luxury of doing whatever he wants to do because nobody has told him no. And up to this point, it's worked for him, but now he's kind of entering in some waters here that, you're losing fans. And you don't want that, because McAfee, there was a point in time where Pat McAfee, you're talking about Q score among sports media figures, Pat McAfee was near the very top.
Because he was, I would say this, like I told you guys before on a different show, he was a stand-up. I liked when he did stand-up, because he was telling stories in a way where you're like, oh my God, this guy is charismatic, and he was really good at it. Then, of course, he moved to his own show, and he was doing WWE, and then he was doing, College Game Day. And I think what happened with him is that the bigger he got, the bigger that ego got, and the bigger it was just like it kept going up and up and up.
And everyone wants to be a part of that train. When you have Herb Street pumping up a crappy album, who is he going to listen to? Is he going to listen to all the people who say, like, oh, this album is terrible? Or is he going to listen to Herbie? Fake pump them up.
Yeah. Dan Orlovsky saying, oh, my God, this is great. This is
and it's just, and honestly, it's just one of those things, too, where it's just like, man, like me personally, obviously, I loved this WWE work. I understood why he had to step back. It's a week-to-week job. I get it. I love I like him on game day. I think he adds something fresh to that show. I'm hit or miss on his daytime show, but the problem is all that stuff is intertwined. This
is the thing is that if he had just the daytime show, and he probably, I say if we weren't oversaturated with him, like he didn't have the daytime show, and then you got Monday through Friday, and then on Saturdays we still had to watch you. That is where I think a lot of people are like, okay, now I have to listen to your sports opinions, thinking I'm gonna get a break, and then I have to see you on Saturday. Like, it's just not, you're not giving people a break from him.
It's actually very fitting that the two people on this list, Pat McAfee and Stephen A, fit that bill perfectly. Because there's no, for Stephen A, it's a different reason. But like with McAfee, like you're right though. You kind of summed it up. It's just like, you know, on one hand, like you're trying to vibe and things like that. You can't have it both ways. You can't have it like, all right, we're just here to vibe. That's it. We're going to keep everything fresh, keep everything clean. And then, you know, and then on the other side, you let Aaron Rodgers do his thing uninterrupted. And it's on a Disney platform, and Disney has already expressed, you know, now, you know, because I understand others on the conservative side kind of complained about that, like, oh, we didn't get an opportunity to speak out, things like that. ESPN has said over the last couple of years, hey, we are not to talk politics on the air anymore.
Yeah.
And now you have Aaron Rodgers, open platform, no interruptions.
I'm gonna say this before we go to break. When we come back from break, we'll talk about the other grifter, Stephen A. Smith and Jaden Daniels, because Jaden Daniels, that situation is kind of funny. But Jemele Hill lost her job. Dan Le Batard took his show away from ESPN because they both got political on ESPN. Pat McAfee was openly sitting with the president, cheesing, smiling like, oh my God, this is the greatest day of my life, right? And y'all have said nothing. Y'all have done nothing. You fired Ryan Clark because he was defending Angel Reese. So, I mean, it's just like, when I say the grift, I mean, as in he is grifting hard. Like harder than hard. And it's just like, to me, it just is not coming off authentic. And then this album is just terrible. Anything I've heard from it is just awful.
Yeah, we can't even come out of the air and be like, man, you know, I don't like his actions, but at least the album is.
No,
it's like, say that.
It's like Ford Tough music. You know the Ford Tough commercials? That's what that's what it sounds like.
Get them truckers.
Yeah, when we come back from the break, we're going to talk about Stephen A. Smith. He's the last grifter on the list.
I don't know if you'll have time for Jaden Daniels, because this Stephen A. thing is pretty deep, to be perfectly honest. Jaden
Daniels, you know what? I'm going to make Jaden Daniels my gut spiral because he's really funny. So I'll hit on Jaden Daniels. What's happening with him is hilarious. But yeah, I'll give you my good spiral preview is Jaden Daniels. Bad spiral, I want to see your face when I play this clip. But we will be back momentarily. You guys are watching us here on the Inside Edge Network.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. SportsMemorabilia.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but
I guess we're back. That studio changed over. We're back. Oh, you got to unmute yourself. Autumn, you got to unmute yourself.
Oh my God, this is the funniest thing that's ever. You gotta switch us back. Switch us back to my studio, man.
Hold on.
Oh my God, this is the fun.
Hold on. We're live. There we go. We're back. That's the show.
Oh my God. Okay.
It's a commercial spot block, so we can't start it over. So
no,
you're back.
I'm back. Okay, let's get into the Stephen A. Smith of it all. So over the weekend, Stephen A. Smith was given a prestigious award by the National Association of Black Journalists. He got the Thumbs Down Award. Now, he wasn't the only one to get this award. CBS News, The Washington Post, the FCC commission chair, Brendan Carr, and a local TV station owner and media executive, DeJuan McCoy, all got the thumbs down. It is an award that is a public call out to people and institutions whose action it considers at odds with the organization's goals of diversity, equity, and fairness and press freedom. Now, if you don't understand why Stephen A. Smith got this, it's because Stephen A. Smith has been an op against Black people, specifically Black women, for quite some time. Okay? I'm saying this as a Black woman. Stephen A. Smith says some crazy stuff. All right. Now, he'll be more politically correct on ESPN. He'll push the limits, but he'll definitely be PC. But then he'll go on his show, the Stephen A. Smith Show, his platform, his podcast, and he'll say some crazy stuff. Now, the organization said that the choice was because it's just too many voices out there saying, like, why are you saying this? I mean, you've had Jamel Hill, you've had Jasmine Crockett, you've had, he's talked about Angel Reese, he's talked about Michelle Obama. He's talked about, when I say a Black woman who you can think of, he's talked about them, right? And with Stephen A., when I say he's a grifter, I mean it to the highest degree. He's a grifter. He has zero convictions. He has zero integrity. He stands for nothing. For real. Like, there's nothing about him that I'm like, oh, you stand for everything and I would follow you into. He stands for nothing.
I think too with Stephen A. and where it gets tricky with sports, I'm not saying he's always right. You know, he's far from right all the time with sports, but there's conviction. You know, when he says an opinion about something, there's conviction. But then the problem, though, I will lump in something sports related. He went all in on Kyrie Irving on the
anti-Semitism thing.
Yeah, exactly. He went all in on that to the point where, you know, he speaks first, thinks, and reacts later, and he finally apologized because Stephen A. almost lost his life over the over the COVID stuff. And it was just, Kyrie was going through it. But yeah, on the political spectrum, Stephen A's issue is what you just said. He really doesn't stand for much of anything. Like, he wants to take on Republicans, but in route of taking on Republicans, he has no problem putting a blowtorch through Democrats en route of trying to potentially think about daydreaming running for president.
Let me tell you
something. He has nothing to stand on. And then even with the reaction of this, it's like, wait a minute. You don't have to react to everything.
You don't. And my thing is that if your peers, and this is a conference that you spoke at, the National Association of Black Journalists is a respected conference amongst Black journalists, right?
And he was there 2 years ago. First Take was there 2 years ago at the conference in Chicago, I believe.
So this is something that happens every year, right? This is something that is attended by sports people, attended by journalists every single year, right? They're telling you, hey, something is wrong. Like, you are wrong. And instead of being like, I'm wrong, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in my brothers and sisters. And it's like, just take it. Just take the feedback of somebody saying, hey, think about what you're saying before you speak it out of your mouth. And he just doesn't want to do that.
No, and when he responds in the way that he responds, it's like, oh, I got a reaction. I got to, like, you're taking the bait. But that's what he wants to do. I mean, right now, ESPN has two guys in their daytime lineup who they're paying the most amount of money to outside of Troy Aikman, where, like,
Troy Aikman's ESPN.
That's another thing. But, like, no, but you're paying two guys right now. Yeah, you technically, you get paid that much money, you could do whatever you want. But just be ready for reaction when you decide to do whatever you want. Stephen A and McAfee are getting that right now.
When people decide to say, like, hey, we don't like you, and Stephen A is one of those people I can tell if you tell him you don't like him, he just is like, why don't you like me? I'm going to do everything in my power for you to make you like me. And it's like, no, but I don't actually have to like you. In fact, I can respect you. I can respect you as a journalist. You've been a journalist for quite a long time. You've written a lot of stories. I can respect you in your field, but I don't have to like you. And I think that's what the National Association of Black Journalists is trying to say. Like, hey, we respect you. We're not doing this because we don't respect you. We're doing this because you are a longtime member. You are someone who, again, has brought your show to this conference, and something happened along the way where you turned into a completely different person. And that's kind of the grift of, like, the money situation. That's where the money comes in, is that you're grifting for money. That's what this is. McAfee does it. Dan Orlovsky does it. Stephen A. Smith is grifting for money. He doesn't really believe in most of this. He's just telling you this so he can make money.
Yeah, you got a point there. All right, less than 60 seconds. You got to get to your spirals.
All right, Daily Spiral. Good spiral, bad spiral. Good spiral, Jaden Daniels. Please go down the rabbit hole of all the brands that are saying we can't use the number 5, because Jaden Daniels decided to tell LSU that they couldn't use the number 5 for a new player who was promised the number 5 last year, and him and his camp are now going to war with LSU over the number 5. Please look up all the memes. It is hilarious. Now, my bad spiral of the day. Double A, I'm going to play you this clip. I've never seen something like this happen. So this comes from the Lindsey Clancy trial. We talked about it yesterday a little bit. The defense is now presenting their case, and the person in this clip is the mother of Patrick Clancy, Lindsey's ex-husband, who was on the stand, and this is what she was asked by the prosecution.
Now, are you an active member in the Catholic Church?
Yes.
Okay. So you're aware that murder is considered a mortal sin?
Yeah, Counsel, could I see you over here?
So, if you don't know what that is, Lindsey Clancy's mother-in-law was asked by the prosecution if she was a Catholic. She said, yes, I am. And then the prosecution then followed that up and says, do you know in Catholic religion that murder is a mortal sin? The judge didn't even let Kevin Reddington say, like, objection. He immediately said, come to the side. We need a sidebar right now.
Yeah, that's a recess. Yeah.
And then he told the jury, just disregard what she said. And apparently people who were there saw jurors put their hands in their heads to be like, I cannot believe this lady just said this. The prosecution said this, y'all. Not the defense counsel. The prosecution.
My goodness. Well, Autumn, we're out of time. Now we got to actually switch the studio for real now.
Yeah, let's switch the studio. Bring Kyle Cornell in. Yeah. Kyle, I'm sorry that we cut into you. Double A.
It's my fault.
I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it's your fault.
If you do say it's my fault,
It's
then
fault.
usually everybody else is fine with that.
It's not your fault, I promise.
See, every time Double A does this or someone else switches the studio, I can't hear at least one person. So now I might be able to hear Autumn because I had to turn my computer up. But
live streams, guys. Kyle, I hope we gave you enough ammunition with Stephen A. Smith and Pat McAfee and Dan Orlovsky making terrible lists and grifting on ESPN.
I'm gonna pretend like I heard.
Oh my god!
So we're gonna do this. I think I don't. But
just get out of here. It's my show time. What the fuck are we doing?
Bye, Kyle.
Oh my goodness. Did you get rid of everybody now? Okay, we're good. It's just me. Hey guys, welcome in Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell. So happy you're with us. It is your Tuesday, August 18th, 2026. We got a jam-packed show that's coming up next after this quick identification of the network and the intro. Stay with us.
Let's go.
Welcome to Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, Cleveland's digital leader for all things news, talk, and sports. Don't forget, follow the show on Facebook Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell and on X at Unfiltered216.
Again, everybody, welcome in Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell. On your Tuesday, you just heard it, August 18th, 2026. We're grinding our way through the week. Appreciate you guys for stopping by on the program. As always, do not forget to like, subscribe, punch that notification bell at InsideEdgeNet across all the different social medias you see right there, bottom of your screen, YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and so much more. Check out the website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com, your one-stop shop for everything when it comes to all of us here at the network, personality profiles, get the full show and schedule breakdown of the weekly shows, the daily shows, everything in between. Get to check out the partners page, which is a big deal. It's, of course, we got all these different people that work with us here at the network, everyone from Brothers Lounge to Alley Rose Fragrances to everything in between there as well. So many great partners. Check them all out. You get the discount codes, you get the links, all that good stuff over at InsideEdgeNetwork.com and the merchandise store. It's time. Guys, you got to get on board. You got to get the merch. We're blowing up. We're having a great time in this evening stream. You got to make sure you take care of that and get it now before we have to jack up prices because inflation, all that good stuff. You never know. So get it while it is how it is. Shirts, polos, windbreakers. Hey, fall right around the corner. I know no one wants to hear it. It's still in August, but still, it's almost there. Coffee cups. It's all there for you guys. Get InsideEdgeNetwork.com and download the app on Roku. That's right. We have an app. Appreciate Roku for working with us. Just search Inside Edge Network over on the Roku app. Whether you have it on your phone, your TV, does not matter. We can take us anywhere. Now, thanks to Roku, appreciate their partnership. It's here at the Inside Edge Network. Caught the tail end of the Daily Spiral. Love hearing two very interesting people debate politics. That was fun. Uh, I think if you guys have watched the show, or if you know me personally, you know that I don't let politics dominate my life. I usually don't let it dominate the show either. I've reached out to certain political figures that are going through. They're going to be in, hopefully, on the show as we move towards the election season here in November. That's the goal. No word yet if Vivek Ramaswamy will play me in tennis. That would be kind of fun. I would love to do that just because. Can you imagine, like, if you, I could say I'd be governor, it's like that'd be so. Who else can like put that on like their? It's a short list. Is all I'm saying. But before we get into the scheduled programming, which believe me, we got a lot of news to get into today, guys. There's a lot that went on over the last 24 hours since I left you. I will say this about Stephen A. and about Pat McAfee. I think the fact that people just can't get over the fact that other people have different views than them, political, religious, faith, whatever, just because they don't acquiesce to what you think they should be and what you think is right, doesn't mean they're wrong. And maybe there's a reason why these guys are getting massive contracts and deals based on being their authentic selves. And some of us are hosting shows on a podcast now. I'm included with that. I'm here. But just saying, there are levels to this game. And there's also levels to just not being a prick to someone because they have a different viewpoint. This goes on both sides of the battle. It's not a Democrat versus Republican thing. It's not a Republican versus Democrat thing. It's in everybody. The minute you start letting politics dominate your stream, dominate your life, is the minute you're going to lose a lot of friends, a lot of family, over something that in the end does not really matter. So take that for what it's worth. 2 cents from me. I'd give you 2 pennies, but I can't find them because I'm broke. But nevertheless, here we go. Again, I mentioned we have a lot to get into, and it's going to be a bit of a different kind of show today. You know, normally I try to throw in a sports topic because we're in the evenings now. But we got bombarded with a bunch of news today, and I'm almost going to have to rapid fire through some of the stuff. But nevertheless, there was a lot that went down, and one of the big things was this, and it's actually our league going into tonight. Greater Cleveland RTA making the announcement earlier today they were missing their COO, and he was found dead today in Virginia. There's this picture. This is really sad and confusing. Virginia State Police now yesterday issued a critically missing adult alert for Dr. Flonse Caver, who again, COO of the Greater Cleveland Regional Transit Authority, or the RTA. Hampton Police in Virginia shared on Facebook that Caver was found deceased, and there does not appear to be any indication of foul play. Police have not confirmed details of how he was found, but a spokesperson told 19 News here in Cleveland it was in the first block of Fox Hill Road. Forensics teams are on scene, and the medical examiner's office is obviously working through this as well. According to the alert, Caver was last seen around 3 a.m. Monday in the area of Hampton, just north of Virginia Beach. Virginia State Police on Monday issuing that alert. Again, an RTA spokesperson saying Caver, who was 50, was on a planned trip. So again, maybe a vacation, whatever it was. Maybe it was for work. I don't know. Because again, a lot of these guys that are in these positions, they go to different spots and kind of see how public works are. They kind of try to take notes, whatever it is. I've interviewed enough now to know, hey, this is kind of what they do. If it's not a planned family vacation, it's a planned trip to be a sponge, essentially. Sources for 19 News, and appreciate their reporting on this, say he may have been in the Hampton area visiting his son. So again, it could have been a dual trip, whatever it was. Quote, this disappearance poses a credible threat to their health and safety as determined by the investigating agency. From the alert, the original alert was sent to the Hampton Police and indicated Caver was experiencing severe personal stress. I'm not one to put 2 and 2 together. But yeah, it's not good. Got to the point where Cleveland Mayor Justin did actually release a statement today on the passing of Caver. Quote, my heart is broken after hearing of the passing of my friend and former colleague, Dr. Flonse Caver. I've got to know Dr. Caver when I joined the board of the Greater Cleveland Regional Transit Authority back in 2018. He went above and beyond to show me the ropes, and he always led with compassion and empathy, embodying the best of a public servant's heart. For nearly 20 years, Dr. Caver helped transform GCRTA by modernizing its operations and implementing world-class programs that have improved the standard of our regional transit system. As a respected leader, a champion for public transportation, and a proud fellow member of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. Just say a proud member of your fraternity school. I don't understand. Dr. Caver's loss will be deeply felt across the region and across the country amongst his peers. Mayor Bibb wanted to say my prayers are with his family, loved ones, and the entire GCRTA team during this incredibly difficult time. RTA also releasing a statement today. We're devastated and heartbroken to learn of the passing of our treasured friend and colleague. Dr. Flauance Caver, who was the GCRTA Deputy General Manager of Operations, again, also just the COO. We've been in touch with Dr. Caver's family to express our sadness and condolences and to offer any support we can. Leaves behind a wife with whom he recently celebrated a 25th anniversary with and 2 children. Dr. Caver was one of the most significant figures in GCRTA's long history. He graduated magna cum laude from Hiram College, earned a master's in public administration from Cleveland State, and a PhD in public affairs from the University of Texas at Dallas. So he was what the older people would call learned. Dr. Caver first worked at GCRTA in 2000 as a budget management analyst. He also served as a manager of budgets and led service quality management and the Hayden Bus District. In 2017, he was appointed a deputy general manager following a nationwide search. And in 2018, Dr. Caver served as interim CEO during their leadership transition. His professional awards have included being named to Crane's Cleveland Business 40 Under 40, Mass Transit Magazine's 40 Under 40, Cleveland State's Distinguished Alumni Award, and several other recognitions and honors. The honor to work alongside Dr. Caver was ours. He will be missed. Again, a couple other people, some stuff out there as well. This is a real unfortunate turn and really sad. And again, don't know all the full details yet, but based on what we kind of were seeing there, distress, issues being found, no foul play, I keep it straight with you guys on this program, and I kind of tell you how it is. This looks like obviously like a suicide. And it harpens back into the mental health side of things in this network. Ironically enough, I was talking about this with someone special earlier today about kind of what we do on this network and kind of what our focus has been. And for all the fun we have and the jokes, and I have a good time, obviously giving everyone shit on the network for take your pick, whether it's Chad in an elf costume or Autumn saying that she doesn't like Stephen A. Smith because she doesn't know what he's talking about. I mean, it's still like we're still a family. We still obviously care about each other, and mental health is still important. It's another reminder. Like, go get help. The 988 line is available if you don't think you can afford it. There's always an avenue, even if you think you're alone. And this is another one of those times, and I may lose viewers on this, but I really don't care. Like, I wear the cross for a reason. I refound my relationship with God. And honestly, to be completely blunt with you guys, truly found it back in April. And I've been blessed ever since. The mental clarity I've had in a lot of situations, being able to understand that no matter what, I have my faith. I can be broke. Sure could be the 2 pennies joke earlier. I can be rich. I could have all the friends in the world. Everyone's talking to me, and I could be on an island that's responding to any text. But I know no matter what, I can pray. I can have faith. I think a relationship with God is one of the most important things you can do. People will scoff at it. Like, I'll judge you. Nothing new. It's 2,000 years. Is what it is. But there are avenues. There are options. There are different paths besides this one. Again, obviously, we're still speculating. It's not been confirmed. But when you know enough of the details, and I've done this long, you do enough of these stories, you kind of put 2 and 2 together, and usually it equals 4. Sometimes it equals fish, but usually it equals 4. And it's a good stopping point to be able to talk about the mental health side of things and making sure that you are, and if you're in a good place, and you feel good, you feel confident, you feel like you're good, this is a time to check in on those loved ones. Maybe you haven't talked to your brother or your dad or your sister or whatever. And ironically enough, I just got a Bible widget. I'm sticking with God. There you go. Its timing is incredible. Better than listen. But like maybe a friend you haven't talked to in a while. You're just kind of like, oh, I feel like I'm in a really good place right now. I kind of want to spread that. I want to spread that goodwill. I want to spread that feeling of like being really happy in a good place. And listen, happiness is you're never going to be happy 24/7. You're allowed to get angry, sad, depressed, upset. Like it happens. It's how you respond to those feelings and what you do next that will either lead you to a story like this or to true happiness in your life, understanding there's a balance. And there's always something to fall back on, even if you feel like you're true. With that, we'll take our first break here on Unfiltered, guys. When we come back, I told you it's going to get a little heavy today. Lorain County, Lorain schools, 2 teens shot in a dispute. We're going to talk about that. Also, Lorain schools making double news today because they changed their start time a day before school starts. Talk about why. Coming back. Big tanker crashed over on 480 in Streetsboro yesterday. I'll have details for you guys on that as well. Down in Summit County, cats and dogs. I feel like I just leave that. The Siren's Curse strikes again. Talk about that. Crazy scene in Northwest Ohio involving an industrial building blowing up. I have to show you the flight path of this plane that landed kind of in Akron Canton Airport because it's insane. And they're still looking into that too. And State Farm, $5 billion settlement. Could you get a piece? We'll talk about all of that. I told you, it's a busy news day. We got to go through a lot, but we will. Here again, on Unfiltered, all along the Inside Edge Network, guys. We will be returning as soon as I'm able to actually press the ad break, which is right now. Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Hand-poured coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Welcome back to Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, exclusively on the Inside Edge Network. Make sure to like, subscribe, and punch that notification bell at Inside Edge Net across all our social media platforms.
The worst part about going back to the gym is I'm just sore all over the place. You know, I saw Double A's TikTok he posted him, swinging the rope. I got all jealous, so I decided now I want to be healthy. I had a run for a little while there where it was actually going pretty well. Losing some weight, I was super tan, happy with how I looked for the most part. Like it was going in the right direction. Then just went downhill for a bit. But again, grateful for the situation I'm in, for the person that I'm with who's able to motivate me. So it was needed because boy was getting thick with 4 C's. Yeah, it was bad. Yeah, fat ass. I got a fat ass. Like if you know me in person, which I don't know how many of you actually have met me, but yeah, like being tall helps. Being 6'6" is like it evens things out. It gets pretty. I didn't feel. But I'm starting to feel. I feel better health. My body's just like, hey, you're 32, you old son of a bitch, calm down. It's like, the knees. I did legs today. Anyway, welcome back, Unfiltered. You're on the Inside Edge Network. We got to get into something a little more serious, unfortunately. It's coming down from Lorraine schools. I had a couple of stories that kind of swept through the ranks. And the first, they confirmed that one of its students died following a tragic incident over the weekend. After Lorraine police identified 2 teens who were killed early Sunday at a short-term rental home shooting. That's right, 17-year-old Silas Henry and 18-year-old Mark Taylor, both of Elyria. The school district confirming to Fox 8 News here in Cleveland that Henry was enrolled at Success Academy's night school. Police saying the deaths came after an argument broke out inside the home on Washington Avenue near West 7th Street, leading to gunfire around 3 a.m. Sunday morning. Suspect, 19-year-old Alexander Gibbons, currently being held at Lorain County Jail, charged with felonious assault and firing a weapon while intoxicated. Never a good mixture when there's young, I shouldn't say young, like older teens, alcohol, and guns. That's never usually. More charges are expected. according to police. And Lorraine Schools did put out a statement. I feel like I'm reading a lot of statements. Just fortunately, nature of the beast with this. Titan Nation, it is with a heavy heart that we share the loss of one of Lorraine City School students following a tragic incident in our community over the weekend. Out of respect for the student family, we will not be releasing additional identifying information at this time. We know that now, obviously, on the news side of things. Our thoughts are with the students' loved ones, classmates, teachers, friends, and all those who are grieving this heartbreaking loss. We recognize that news like this can be difficult for our students and families. Our schools are committed to providing care and support to students and staff who may be affected. We encourage students who are struggling, frightened, or simply need someone to talk to reach out to their school counselor or directly to our wraparound services department. Stay tight and strong. Really unfortunate thing, especially when you're talking about someone who's underage situation. Remember several years back when I was working for our radio, there was a young boy in Elyria, and the reason why I knew who he was when he passed, I think he was 15 or 16 years old, was because his dad was my wrestling trainer when I trained to wrestle for 3 months. I interviewed him about it. It was one of the harder interviews I had to do because when you're doing the interview, you still have to sound professional. And you have to sound like, that you've got your head on straight, but at the same point, I've got a son. So I can only imagine only getting 16 years with that boy. I forget how old he was for sure. I know he was a teenager, but I can't imagine what the family's going through and all this. I can't imagine if it was a disagreement that got out of hand, how terrible that 19-year-old feels for letting it get too far. Can't imagine it was one of those things where like, yeah, I wanted to do it, especially they were all hanging out, drinking, having a good time, whatever. Which again, this usually isn't a good mix. And this timing is rough considering that Lorraine schools go back tomorrow morning. The other issue is that Lorraine schools has shifted their start time the day before school. They put this out literally today on their social media. Want to share an urgent and important update regarding the start of the school day at Lorraine High School, effective immediately. Lorraine High School's instructional day will now begin at 7:35 in the morning, and it will end at 2:30 p.m. Means that ninth graders who are due to report their first day of school will need to be in class by 7:35 beginning tomorrow morning. That's August 19th. So 7:05 is when the building will open. 7:35 is when instruction begins. Again, yeah, literally the day before school. And Lorraine, again, it's a big high school. There's a lot of kids that go to Lorraine High. I'm just pointing that out. If I was going there, because I was in vocational and stuff too, whatever it was, like I was hoping for a free just in case I could show up a little bit, you know? Yeah, no, this is got some balls. The reason why this is happening is because of the threat of daylight savings time going away. They want kids, I guess, to come even earlier now, which doesn't make a lot of sense because you'd want them normally come in later, so that way it's light out. Because at 7:35 during the winter, if daylight savings time is gone, it's gonna be dark. It's still gonna be dark. So when the clocks go back an hour, you get that extra hour of daylight in the morning. You obviously lose a bunch at night because it starts early. Still, that bill is potentially going to get passed for Ohio. So, like, this is a thing where they use that as an excuse, which doesn't really make a lot of sense. But then again, if you followed Lorraine schools long enough, like I have, and you know who their superintendent at least was, I don't know if Dr. Graham still is, but if he is still a superintendent out there, may God have mercy on his soul. He messed up Parma for generations. I'll just say that. But yeah, I mean, I don't know like how you guys feel about that, but I mean, like if I have my kid going to school, we're all ready. School normally starts at 8:30, whatever it is, and all of a sudden the day before, they're like, oh, by the way, 7:35. Not most high schools, from what I remember, when it was like 8:30 in some situations, depending. I think Parma was 8:30 We got done by like 2. So we still got out at 2:05. Still, like my son, he has got to be at school by between 7:45 and 8. His class starts at 8. He goes until 2:30, 2 something. Private school still. Yay. I'm sure that's not going to lead to any sort of backlash online or anyone in general at the next PTA meeting or the next school board meeting. Right? No one's going to be upset about that. Oh my goodness. From that to this, I mean, I don't know if you guys saw this. I shared it on social media, but this giant tanker truck that crashed in Streetsboro on I-480. Got the full report from law enforcement out there, which is just insane. At 5:10 yesterday evening, Streetsboro Fire Department alerted to a report of a tractor trailer overturned on the eastbound ramp to the Ohio Turnpike from I-480 with fuel leaking. Members of A shift, as opposed to B or C, it's A, immediately responded with an engine company, EMS unit, and a command vehicle, arriving on the scene within 7 minutes of the initial alert, which, hey, right at the Streetsboro, pretty quick, all things considered. Streetsboro. It's not like we're talking about a major suburb. It's a decent sized city, but still. I'll take 7 minutes for a spill. Crews found a fully loaded fuel tanker overturned when they arrived. The cab of the vehicle had sustained severe damage. The right side of the tank was ripped open and releasing gasoline. Yikes. A diesel fuel tank on the tractor was also damaged and leaking. Incident Command contacted dispatch and asked for activation of the Portage County Hazardous Materials Response Team because, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. One of the first calls I'm making. I just walk up to it. It's estimated that approximately 4,500 gallons of fuel spilled because of the crash. Man, if one person lit a cigarette, we wouldn't be talking about Streetsboro anymore. My goodness. Ugh. Luckily, the fuel spill was quickly stopped before it could reach Tinker's Creek, which is the other side of this, affecting natural lands, drinking water, stuff. Which is less than 1/4 of a mile from the crash site. Members of the Portage County Hazmat team remained on scene until about 8:15 last night, cleaning up all of the issues. A lot of it got contained inside a drainage ditch. It was good. Hudson also providing some assistance. They put down their white gloves, their fancy mansions, and they came over and helped. I have to. Listen, I coached for Copley for a year, and we coached against the Hudson guys. It was hilarious. I felt like I was playing Avon Lake in tennis all over again when I was in high school. It's like all the preppy kids with the fluffy hair, and it's like, yeah, you could tell. You could tell when middle school kids had 401ks. That's how you could tell. It was like, okay, you're going to be good for a long time. The crash scene was turned over to the officials from the Ohio Turnpike in a contracted cleanup company after the hazmat crews left. The last fire department units cleared the scene around 9:15 last night. The Ohio Turnpike and Infrastructure Commission will provide updates on the status of the eastbound entrance ramp again, which I believe should be reopened. No injuries. Obviously, one of the most important things. And if you see the picture of the truck, good but luckily no one's hurt, so that's good. Yeah, just a lot. And again, kudos to them. Quick response. All things considered. I saw this actually come across the wire during the show last night. Thought about bringing it up, but I didn't really have any details. And you guys kind of know this. Like if it's super big breaking news, I'll just go with it and we'll roll. But if I want to get a little bit more info, I'll just give it to you in full step and stride on the next night. And obviously updating social stuff. Again, Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell. Facebook, Unfiltered 216 on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it. It's 2026. You can do whatever. But I'm going to call it Twitter from. So if you don't like that, well, go fuck yourself. That's neither here. Oh my goodness. Okay, we have to take another break because we got a lot more to talk about. On the other side of this, crazy story out of Summit County involving a shit ton of cats and one dog. Literally, I can't make this up. It's insane. Ironically, not the first time I've actually done a story like this. I think even on the show. It was the 5 o'clock show before. Cedar Point taking some flack again for Siren's Curse. I'll tell you why. Akron Canton Airport getting a special landing today, and not the kind they were really excited about. We'll talk about that too. And State Farm, huge settlement, billions of dollars. Could you get some? Potentially. And don't forget our viral video of the night. All that coming up here on Unfiltered, all along the Inside Edge Network. We will return after these messages. Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Sportsmemorabilia.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
Let's go.
Welcome back to Unfiltered, your destination for all things news, talk, and sports. Don't forget to check out our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com, to learn more about all of our shows, personalities, And buy some merch too while you're at it.
Welcome back, everybody. Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell here on your Tuesday, August 18th, 2026. So happy you are with us as always here on the program. Appreciate you stopping by, checking us out. Don't forget, coming up 10 o'clock, Inside Edge Prime Time with Chad and Eli. Give you the latest when it comes to the sports breakdown here in Northeast Ohio and beyond. And then at 11:30, the one and only Double A Anthony Alford. Apparently, he's up to like 5 cups of coffee at night now. I think that's what he said he was doing. Which, I don't know how the guy sleeps, which he doesn't. Checks out, but check him out. 11:30 to around 1 a.m. Midnight Run with Double A Anthony Alford. He's got you guys covered there too. Always a good show. Both. I'll give them credit. Normally I don't, but I'll give them credit. Both of them do a good job. So, and that's all I'm going to say. Hey, did you see this story? Yeah, you're reading it right at the bottom of your screen. I've got pictures. They're a little tough to see. This is one of them. 25 cats and 1 dog rescued from a Summit County home. This honestly is just wild. It happened in Springfield Township. Go figure. And a homeowner there facing charges. Duh. In connection with this case of animal neglect. Township police saying they were called to a vacant home on Ewart Drive for a welfare check back on July 18th. So this has been hanging around for them. On arrival, they spoke with neighbors who said they were concerned about animals abandoned on the property. This isn't a simple case of, oh, there's a barn cat. No, this is more. Investigating the premises, police said they found more than 24 cats and a German Shepherd, all who were in dire need of medical attention. Someone who loves my little asshole of a cat. Like, this hurts. Cats and dog were found to be living without adequate food, water, or sanitary conditions. You can see right there the picture where the cats were. The dog, which is almost more of the heartbreaking part. There's a picture of the dog. Was found to be partially paralyzed. See, the back legs don't work like they used to. The animals were removed by the Summit County Humane Society and are being treated. Police said the homeowner, Brenda Jurison, turned herself into authorities back on July 20th and was charged with cruelty to animals. This story actually just coming down the wire last night. Reporting first happened, everything came through, the releases came out. If you're like me, I love animals. I had a rough experience with my dogs that I had before, my ex really has. Love them to death. Like they're my children. Just like the cat was my child essentially, and coming in a close second was my actual son. But you know, these stories obviously hit a little closer to home because everyone loves animals. I should say most people love animals. They're essentially part of the family, and it's the sheer number. It's not like, oh, they left and there was 2 cats and a dog and they let them outside or whatever. It still would have been sad. It's the sheer amount. One, what the fuck are you doing with 25 cats in a house and 1 dog? It's like you're trying to herd sheep and you brought the dog in whose back legs don't work to try to herd in all these cats. You know that dog was getting picked up. Not fair. It's ridiculous. 25 cats. It's not an animal shelter. It's not a sanctuary. It's a fucking house, and it looked awful. Shame for this person. It's my Springfield Township, Summit County. There's something in the water. The good news is everyone's getting treated. She got charged. We're moving in a positive direction now. I give my mom shit for this because like they feed the cats, the stray cats outside. She has 5, which is more than enough that anyone needs. But outside there's legit, I call it the Parma Zoo at this point. Because of I love you too. I almost want to bring you to show what a healthy cat looks like. You donkey. But she like feeds all the I'm not even kidding. At one point they probably had like 50 cats running around there just constantly. Every time I come over to someone. Jeez. And my uncle has a pet raccoon. Stays outside, but he feeds them. Does the whole thing. Yeah. Yeah, he's gonna be part of that concert. Maybe one day I'll play that on the note with that. I made a promo for a raccoon concert for someone close to me. I've shared with friends, literally. She shared with friends, but we haven't made it public yet. Still printing flyers. We're going to take our final break because, again, I got a lot to get into still with only a little bit of time left, guys. Heated points in the news. We got to talk about them. Crazy scene at Akron Canton Airport. I still can't believe this happened. Plane, the landing. You have to see the flight pattern. I have a picture of it. I'll show you. Because you can track it. Like where it went, what it did. It's like my 8-year-old when he was 4, I got a hold of a crayon. Just made a bunch of random circles and shit. You'll see. And then State Farm. Get some money. Potentially. Big lawsuit got settled. So we'll talk about all of that. And don't forget the viral video of the night. That's still coming up right here on Unfiltered all along the Inside Edge Network. We'll be back after these messages.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Eli Moon here, one half of Inside Edge Primetime, and Chad Bryan and myself, we're back tonight at 10 p.m. and we're so excited. For starters, we have Tuesday Top 5, another edition, and we can't wait to share that with all of you and see if you agree, you disagree, and well, you're wondering what the topic is, you'll have to tune in tonight and find out exactly what that is. And of course, we're going to talk about the Los Angeles Lakers as well. Genie Bus and all the other bus members of the family are having a little bit of a debacle. And who exactly is going to win? What exactly happens with the Los Angeles Lakers? You know, is Genie Bus and the Bus family going to officially move on, ending an era? Or is it going to be the Bus keeping that 17.8% stake in ownership in the Los Angeles Lakers? And we're very excited. Chad and I will sit down with the owner of the Akron Aviators here tonight, Brian Collins. Very, very excited to talk with him. You're going to have to check it out, 10 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network at Inside Edge Net. Make sure you like, follow, subscribe, so you know when we're going live. See you tonight.
Happy Tuesday, everybody. And folks, we thank you for tuning in to the Inside Edge Network. We got a lot for you coming up at 11:30 for Midnight Run. Tom Brady says something very interesting about quarterbacks not playing in the preseason. You know, you're talking about a trend that I believe Sean McVay started all those years ago about not having their starting quarterback out there on the field all those years ago with Jared Goff and now Matthew Stafford. But is that trend working? Last year, 10 starting quarterbacks did not play a single snap in the NFL. Do you need to see starters in the preseason? Do the good teams need their starters out there in the preseason? We're going to talk about that, plus obviously the latest news on the Browns and everything else going on across the board. And yes, I know we didn't have a good smash or pass last night. We'll try to do better tonight at 11:30 on Midnight Run here on the Inside Edge Network.
Small business owners are superheroes, but nowadays running your business means doing so inside your shop and on social media. That's why you should make Omega Video Marketing your sidekick. With a decade of content creation experience, I create dynamic, informative, and fun videos for your specific social needs that will increase brand awareness,
get you more followers, and keep your social pages and websites current and fresh.
I offer flexible pricing and turn times and will work with you to understand your brand and your story. All of that comes from the heart. My award-winning expertise is just the cherry on top. So let's get connected. After all, your brand is the alpha and my expertise is the omega.
Welcome back to Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, right here on Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health, the Inside Edge Network.
Welcome back, everybody. Unfiltered here with Kyle Cornell on your Tuesday, August 18th, 2026. We are getting ever so closer to Inside Edge Prime Time with Chad Bryan and Eli Moon. Coming up top of the hour here on the super duper mega stream that is the Inside Edge Network evening lineup for you from 8 to 1 a.m. We got you covered, and it's time to get into some news and notes. Easy for me to say. Don't worry, I just had a mini stroke. No big deal. Hey, the Siren's curse has struck again. Yeah, remember they were having issues before about like tilt and having the ride stall out and things not going well. Well, now someone got hurt on the ride. More of a reason for me not to get on it. There you go. Cedar Point confirming that a person was hurt while riding the roller coaster last week, according to spokesperson Tony Clark, who's been Mr. Damage Control for the past couple months. Good Lord, Tony's been working hard. I've interviewed him a few times. He's a great dude. Basically, clean it up, Tony. Good. Person was riding Siren's Curse last Thursday. The guest was transported for further treatment and evaluation, but due to privacy laws, they're not able to disclose additional information. So unless the guy with the chicken nuggets that went on the Cedar Point ride and documented all of it, unless that person decides to come out and basically tell their story, we're shit out of luck. The ride functions as designed, and after routine safety checks were completed, it was reopened to guests. So, don't worry about it again. Just a crazy ride. Those things where, could I fit on it? Sure. But it's located across from what I consider my favorite Cedar Point ride because I fit in it and because it was safe, the Iron Dragon. And if you're a fan of the Inside Edge Network, you know how we feel about the Iron Dragon. A lot of people love it on the network. So it's our safe space, so to speak. But yeah, so again, it's giving me more of a reason just not to want to ride in these rides. I'm telling you. A little more serious news now out of Toledo. An industrial building blew up. This was a crazy scene out of Northwest Ohio. Yeah, I saw this, and they had said originally 2 workers were missing. Again, you put 2 and 2 together, you kind of sometimes, and most times, it does equal 4. The explosion rocked the Ohio industrial recycling business early this morning, killing 2 workers and sparking a large fire. That's from officials out in Toledo. Flames and dark smoke poured from the Brent Industries in Toledo as fire engines surrounded the building. Crews later discovered the bodies of 2 employees, a man and a woman, inside the smoldering building. That from Toledo Fire Chief Allison Armstrong. 2 or 3 other employees had minor injuries. This is just a crazy story out of Northwest Ohio. Wanted to give you guys the update on that. Saw it early in the morning. We got updates throughout the day. What happened with that too? Did you see the craziness that happened at the Akron Canton Airport? This is the plane that landed. Already looks kind of sus, if I can use a term that my son would actually understand and I'm still working on. kind of some smoke, some weird things. Now I want to show you the flight path. What in the hell was going on with this plane? They're still investigating the emergency landing. I guess it was coming out of Washington Dulles. Had to make that emergency landing at Akron, Canton. It looks again, like I told you before, like my son took a green crayon and decided to draw all over something back when he was like 4. Not a lot of details yet. Obviously, the more we know, we'll give it to you. But crazy, crazy scene, and just yeah. When I saw the flight path, it was worth bringing up in news and notes because, my goodness, what is going on? A lot there, I'll tell you. And finally, State Farm's in the news for a good reason. You could possibly be getting some monies. Right, take advantage of it. The dividend is literally the largest in State Farm Mutual Automobile Insurance Company's history. Over 100 years they've been around, believe it. State Farm. It's kind of a lot. Yeah, again, $5 billion cashback dividend. Payments expected to continue rolling out over the next several months. It again mentioned how large it is. Over 49 million vehicles are actually insured by State Farm. If only they knew they could save 50% or more by switching. Had to. Customers qualify for a payment if they had a State Farm Mutual personal auto insurance policy that was active at any point during 2025, and their calculated dividend is at least $10. Shared this obviously up at our social medias, Unfiltered with Kyle 216 on Twitter, Unfiltered with Kyle on Facebook. So if you want to find out if you qualify, get some money. We all love free, right? Go for it. Wow. Okay, we're approaching the end of the program. I think it's time to foster in young Elijah Mooningham and one Chad Bryan. You guys may have to unmute yourselves because I am not Oz. I don't have all the power. But appreciate you boys coming in. How we doing?
Oh, fantastic, Kyle. You know, I love what you did with the place. You know, it looks fantastic compared to yesterday. I mean, I noticed subtle changes, but subtle changes are sometimes a big thing. So very excited. And you know what? We're blessed. Another Tuesday here. We got a lot to get into, and I'm on the edge of my seat. I already know why we're called up. I'm on the edge of my seat.
Don't fall off. Be careful. You want to stay on.
Do that. The Chad's going to have to run solo for a bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, nobody wants that.
Yeah, exactly. I love it.
You guys know what time it is. It's the viral video of the night.
Yes.
And prepare to be frustrated.
Oh, no.
Here we go. Yeah. What the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
I get that some people aren't.
I saw that video, and I legitimately, I was just in pain.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what maybe like she was working on. Maybe she missed arm day. Maybe that was like her way of getting her arm day in. Like, okay, I missed arm day at the gym, pulled up at the Target, was like, shit, I should have been at freaking the gym right now and not shopping for random things I don't need. So maybe this is my arm day. You know what? It just doesn't shock me anymore with people. It doesn't.
Maybe she just didn't feel good about her deadlifts or her rows over the last couple of days and thought, why not get both in right now?
Something.
Can I be honest with you guys?
Yeah, yeah, safe space.
Some people in this world are just fucking stupid.
Absolutely. I mean, hey.
And I feel like in this situation, 5 feet to her right, it's never changed. It's always been there.
Yeah, it's been a similar system.
You can take a cart out of the corral. Yeah. Just roll it out.
Yeah.
You want to work on your squats, go back to the gym.
Yeah.
By the way, cart corral. Do you ever think like the name of that makes me think it should be a more fun place? Like, I feel like I should have like the saloon doors when I go in, and like there should be people in there in cowboy hats, like taking
Are
shots.
you insinuating like a buffet? Like, are you insinuating
No,
a buffet
no,
of
not a
corral? Because
that would be okay, actually. That would-
it was okay until the chocolate fountain. Everybody lost their mojo.
You put your
with
head
it.
underneath it, and then all of a
Yeah,
sudden,
and you can't dip
Eli
your
went from
fingers in
blonde
there.
to dark hair really quick.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. What turned me away from Golden Corral was watching kids literally turn their faces to drink out of the chocolate fountain from the chocolate fountain.
Yeah,
So if they've been doing that,
I was a responsible person. I went in there with a straw. You know, I would
Exactly.
never, I would never. Yeah.
I would never expect nothing less from you. You know, and it's like if you're doing that to the chocolate fountain, then what in the hell are you doing to the other food? Are you just licking the chicken, like trying to see like what's good with that? Oh, a little salty on this one. Let's move over to the pork.
By the
Let's
way,
try
those
that.
sneeze guards only work if you're about 5'9" or taller. Just saying.
I mean, my goodness. So yeah, I don't know if Corral. I mean,
So double
seems
A's
to be a
fuck.
fun. Yeah. Or he's practicing safe eating. It's all how you look at it. But yeah, I mean, maybe in my last point on this,
the chocolate fountain.
maybe there was a chain on the gate. You know, we don't know. There wasn't a view of the gate.
Oh, I think there was.
Yes, there was.
There was.
Not from the angle of where you enter, though. Like maybe there was a chain on.
Literally. You know what?
Let's
Hold
watch
on.
it again.
Hold
Run
on.
it back,
Hold on. We're
run
gonna
it
do this
back.
again.
Go
Hold
to
on.
safe. Yep.
Let me find it. Hold on. Here we go.
Oh, I'm waiting.
For it. For it.
In fairness, though, we don't know if there was a
Don't
chain.
defend her.
There may have been an attendant, a coworker, somebody there. Well, not coworker. She doesn't work there, but maybe a worker that put a chain on it and came over and untied it. Like maybe she's like, "Oh, I'm mid pool already. I might as well get the rep in." Like I'm just That's the only way I can think of this making any
There was
sense.
no one there.
See, I feel like this was this was for the sake of going viral. The proud, like the hair flip and the walk away, the proud walk. That was too much.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's
I
the
mean,
only justification I'm willing to accept. Otherwise, this was literally probably one of the dumbest things I've ever seen.
I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt. It's not any better, really, but I'm gonna get just. I don't know. I got nothing really.
Yeah. I mean, maybe she was
We're talking
thinking
about
of.
Doubt the benefit that she has a brain.
I don't know. I don't know.
It's
what people
okay. Guys do
sometimes-
dumb shit too. Don't be afraid because she's a woman. I know you like it's a little intimidating. He gets a little sweaty. His palms are a little
No.
nervous because she's an attractive woman. And he's like, oh my god,
Dude.
like she can't do anything wrong. She's pretty, but like no, sometimes pretty people are stupid too.
Oh, believe me, I have had my fair share over the last 4 years of being single. Pretty women usually do the most damage. So I'm well aware. All right, Kyle Cornell, we appreciate
Talk
you
about
as
Julia
always.
Roberts like that.
Listen, it wasn't Julia. Don't you put the words in my mouth that weren't being said by my mouth. All right, Kyle Cornell, Unfiltered.
Time to switch gears. Richard. No. Okay. Fine.
Kyle Cornell, host of Unfiltered, every weeknight with you, 9 to 10 p.m. He gets us ready to rock and has us questioning sometimes, what in the... Kyle, fill it in. What in the... are you doing?
Oh,
See?
fuck.
Yeah, I was waiting for you. Like,
Oh, yeah.
Mama Moon listens every now and then, so I try to protect the ears. But, all right, Kyle Cornell,
She knows.
Unfiltered host, 9 to 10 every Monday through Friday. He'll be back here with you tomorrow. A lot to get into. Excited to see what he has in the news world, and maybe he dives back into the Browns. We'll see. That usually scares Kyle, so we'll stay away from that and so much more. My goodness. Kyle Cornell, the host of Unfiltered, everybody. Kyle, we'll see you tomorrow, man.
Oh, the Browns.
Class was vampirical. That was he had that.
Yeah.
Off and in.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right, Kyle. We appreciate you. We'll see you tomorrow, bud. Kyle Cornell, everybody, host of Unfiltered, 9 to 10 p.m. every weeknight. My goodness, that guy keeps us on our Yeah, you got it down, Chad. You're doing pretty good, dude.
Not bad, right? Not bad.
Doing pretty good. Love it. All right. We are rocking and rolling with you. This is Inside Edge Prime Time here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad being my right, your right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. We're going to hear station identification and then our cool intro, and then we're with you till 11:30. Lot on the docket, including an interview with Brian Essence Collins, an author, an owner of a team here in Ohio. We'll talk about all that. You have to find out later on in the show. But stay tuned. We're back and starting the show right now.
Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all the leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to fanatics.com by using the QR code on your screen right now to celebrate your teams.
And welcome in, everybody, to another episode of Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryan to my right, your right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. We are back in the saddle, on the saddle adjacent here for another episode of Inside Edge Primetime. So excited to be with all of you here. So excited that my phone's even playing the intro music. That means we're going to have a great day here on Inside Edge Primetime. It's the evening, but you know what? When you stay up till 4 or 5 in the morning, this is basically like 6 o'clock in the afternoon for us. So we're doing all right. This is our rock and roll time. Chad Bryan to my right, your right, everybody's right. As I said, I'm Eli Moon. We are so excited. Got a lot coming up here on the show. Later on in the show, we'll talk Tuesday Top 5. Chad and I, we had a discussion. I was overruled by the Bryan household, so therefore we went with the Bryan household choice. And that's okay with me. You know, as long as everybody's happy in the Bryan household, we're doing okay. And, you know, Papa Moon, he just wants to see the results. So he's happy regardless. He's like, yeah, did you put this one together? You know, and it's starting to feel like maybe he knows I'm not putting some of these together, Chad.
He's not going to agree with me anyway, right? I mean, he'll have something to say, I'm sure.
As long as you don't put the Braves over the Guardians in some capacity in our list, I think we'll be okay tonight. But
I think we're okay tonight.
Keep an eye on all that. Of course, we have author and owner of the Akron Aviators, Brian Essence Collins, here with us later on. That's at 10:20, so set your dial. Stay with us, and you won't have to set any dial. You'll just be right with us. But got so much to get into. Before we get into all that, make sure you like, subscribe, follow at Inside Edge Net. If you're new here or if you've got so far, it's okay. Just hit Inside Edge Net on all the socials, YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch. All of it. Double A's working on MySpace. I've got to check with them after the shows tonight, see what we're doing there. But Inside Edge Net and all the socials. Of course, you're going to want to smash that notification bell so you know when we're going live. 4 daily shows and a 5-hour, 4-show, 1-stream phenomenon. How about that? I'm on fire. InsideEdgeNetwork.com is where you're going to want to read about your favorite personalities, like Chad Bryan, of course, your favorite primetime host, and everybody who does a great job across the network. Great personalities. Fantastic headshots, as one Kyle Cornell would say. You just saw him a moment ago. And go to our partners page, because we couldn't do without our partners. Of course, the Brothers Lounge, our title sponsor. They're on 11609 Detroit Avenue on the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. Great live music, great food with Chef Win and Winning Bites. From burgers, nachos, fries, wings, you cannot go wrong. Check it out, the Brothers Lounge, 11609 Detroit Avenue. A proud sponsor and the title sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, and of course our other partners as well, Fanatics.com, AlleyRoseFragrances.com, Moser Moments, SportsMemorabilia.com, W Energy, and Omega Video Marketing. Couldn't do without all of them, and could not do without you at home. So we'll grab a shirt, a hat, a mug, a polo, a windbreaker. Rep Cleveland's digital leader in that merchandise store and your source for sports, entertainment, mental health conversations, news, and everything in between. And of course, download the Inside Edge Network app on Roku. Near or far, here we are. Take us with you on the road. We want to start getting our reward points. We're trying to go on a vacation ourselves here. All right. We're working on it here together.
I said that last night. I needed one of those little neck things.
Yeah, I'll
use my points on that.
I've never been a fan of those.
No?
I feel like they kind of, they just make me start feeling like I got big shoulders and like I
grew up in the 80s and watched, like, I want like a neck roll. You know what I mean? I missed the football neck. Whatever.
Yeah, I mean, different eras, man. You know, that's the only time I feel like you've shown your age on this show. All right.
That's the only time? Oh, I don't know about that.
Well, I'm giving you a little grace tonight. You know who we're not going to give a little grace to, Chad B? Of course, we got a few minutes to get into this before our interview with Brian, who's standing by. We're excited to talk with him. Yes. But we're going to talk about the Lakers here. Because what in the heck are the buses doing? Who's driving the bus? I don't understand. You got Jeannie, you got Johnny, you got Jamie. I mean, I was reading some of the names of the Bus family. They must have really loved the letter J. Jerry Buss was like, Dr. Jerry Buss, let's get all the J names. I was reading it to one of my bros, actually Cliche earlier. I was kicking it with him earlier today. And I said, bro, it feels like one of those like school assignments where they're like, and read this class. And if you can get this right, you're doing really well in reading. And it's like Johnny, Jamie, Jeannie, and okay, let's get into it. The Lakers are in a weird spot. Jeannie Buss has said, we're not selling the Lakers. Our 17.8% stake, it's ours. You guys can have the rest. That's ours, though. This is us. Now, the tricky thing is the Buss family and the reports that come out have all felt, in a way, disrespected by Jeannie Buss by the way she's handled things in the Lakers organization and the way she's actually handled like the ownership stake and discussions there with the Buss family. So the Buss family came out and voted 4 out of 6, so 4-2, that, hey, we're moving forward. We got at least the 4 votes. We're moving forward. We're selling the Lakers. Then the attorney for Jeannie Buss comes out. We're not selling the Lakers. Come on. So now the family's put out a statement. Jeannie Buss has put out a statement. The attorney has put out a statement. I believe somewhere Anthony Davis, former Lakers, put out a statement. I don't understand anymore, Chad B. What do you make of all this?
What a mess. I have no idea. Jesse, Joey, Jeannie, Jamie, John, whatever their names are. It doesn't matter. Right? That's a lot of J's. No school, interestingly, though. I can't believe they missed that opportunity, but whatever. I don't know. Disputing this, I guess now she's saying that her siblings, Jeannie Buss is saying that her siblings have leaked false intel. This is not the end of this, is it? This isn't going to go away quietly. And see, I feel like the Jaden Daniels number 5 jersey thing with LSU, I feel like that's going to fade away, and we're going to forget about that in a little bit. I don't feel like he's 100% on board with that, so I feel like that might just kind of go by the wayside. This isn't going by the wayside. Is this the kind of thing that could hold up a sale? I mean, do you think that it seems like the Buss family, first of all, needs to get on the same bus, right? And maybe head to the same place and have a talk about this.
Yes.
But I mean, this is the kind of thing that can hold us up, right? $12.5 billion is a lot of money. This isn't like going to FYE back in the day and grabbing like an Usher CD or something. You know what I mean? Like this is a big deal. And it's crazy to me, by the way, that a professional franchise can be bought and then sold less than 2 full years later, right? For this big of a profit. I really should have bought an NBA team. I don't know what I was thinking. Like back in the day when they were only like, 60 or 70, 80, 100 million. What was I doing?
I mean, I wish you would have phoned a friend. I mean, I wish you would have called somebody. We could have seen what we could have put together. And usually we don't have the rent to even switch studios here to the next studio. But look, we're trying our best, man. And it's kind of crazy to me because this is something when we talk about the Buss family, we talk about a legacy left behind, with Dr. Jerry Buss. I got to watch on HBO the Showtime like biopic or like series they did with Magic and Kareem and all that, and seeing how Dr. Jerry Buss literally was like, they were asking him, are you sure you want to do this? This is a really bad decision. He goes, no, I'm going to buy the Lakers. I'm going to turn them into the team in LA. And he did. And he passed it down. And, I was talking with somebody earlier and they said something that actually caught my opinion or my attention rather. Maybe Dr. Buss passed it down to the wrong leader of, his children, and like looking at that with Jeannie Buss, there's been a lot of things to consider, the Rob Pelinka hiring as GM, like that even recently, like was kind of crazy to think about. Rob Pelinka, no experience as a general manager. And granted, they get the championship in 2020. 2020 was also a really weird year. So they didn't have much success after that. And you start wondering how this Pelinka general manager thing turned out, how some of the moves on the court have turned out, the botching of any chance of bringing LeBron James back, because there was reports earlier on last season that LeBron was feeling disrespected by the Lakers by the way they kind of just act like he's an afterthought. So it just feels like the last 5 years have not been a glowing endorsement of Jeannie Buss, and by default, the Buss family, who kind of stays quiet for the most part. But they put out a statement, like I mentioned. They have said, we intend on selling the Lakers. And Jeannie Buss is just standing there and saying no. It's like if you're trying to drive a car and you're trying to drive the car to the next, I don't know, let's say the next lot. You're dropping it off in the next lot, in this case, next ownership. Yeah. And then here's Jeannie Buss, and she's just standing in front of the car. What are you going to do? I mean, you can't just like run hypothetically, or, what was the word? Metaphorically, in quotations, run her over because she makes the ultimate decision. But the voting cleared, everything cleared. I don't quite understand how they're going to make this right, Chad. And I know we have just a few moments here. I don't know how they're going to make this right, but this just feels like a disaster for an iconic franchise. And it's starting to show how ownership is being treated in sports in general. It's a big mess. There's private equity groups involved. There's guys that love a team so much that they'll sell their ownership in 2 years. That's how invested they are. So
well, and I think Mark Wall, I don't think he had much of a choice. The whole the federal investigation, I think he had to become liquid rather quickly. not literally become liquid. That's disgusting. But I mean, yeah, have liquid assets.
Yeah.
But with Jeannie Buss, I wonder if she just like, I don't know if she just wasn't. Well, first of all, she was appointed the governor of the Lakers or the queen or some weird title for like a 5-year period, right? Like for that sale, there was like, whatever. Yeah, the Buss. Okay, but you're still going to be in charge, whatever. So now, obviously, if Mark Walter goes away, that deal seemingly goes away. So maybe this is just like her. Maybe she has a problem with Mark Walter. Maybe she doesn't want him to have those liquid assets. Who knows?
I mean, I don't know.
There's all kinds of infighting that's possible here. There was a show called Running Point on Netflix that came out a couple of years ago. Did you watch that?
Yeah, was that with Magic Johnson? That was the Magic Johnson Lakers stuff, or am I thinking of something different?
It was a drama. It was like a fictional family who ran a professional basketball team that was clearly supposed to be the Lakers. And I remember watching it and being like, this is insane. Like, yeah, these are funny plot points, but this stuff would never happen. And here we are. I think maybe real life is maybe a little crazier than the fictional stories. So who knows?
Crazy. Hey, somewhere, looking down from the heavens, Dr. Jerry Buss is like, really?
Yeah.
This is what we're doing. All right, we're going to take a quick pause here. We're off out of the gates hot and we're ready. If we were in the Kentucky Derby, Chad and I would have been neck and neck. But, I think he's got a little bit, he's got longer legs. Maybe he didn't stretch. I don't know. But we're going to take a quick pause here. You're going to hear from our title sponsor, the Brothers Lounge. And we're going to come right back to it because we have Brian Essence Collins right here waiting, getting excited. I'm sure he's hearing the Lakers stuff, and he's like, please don't ask me any Lakers questions. We won't. If he's listening, we won't. But we'll have Brian Collins here with us right after a word from our title sponsor, the Brothers Lounge.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
And welcome back to Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad, Brian, to my right, you're right, everybody's right, which means I'm Eli Moon. And we talked right out the gates about the Lakers because someone needs to check on the Buss family. I don't know what's going on with them. But we're back here on the saddle, in the saddle adjacent, in the saddle, around the saddle. There's so many saddles. I don't know, man. Talk Kentucky Derby, and now we're okay. All right, we're back here, Inside Edge Primetime. Chad and I, we are excited. You're with all of us here. Real quick, we want to remind you, like, subscribe, follow Inside Edge Net on all the socials if you haven't already. YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch. Smash that notification bell so you know when we're going live. Great daily shows, 4 of them. Of course, the Daily Spiral with Autumn Chisholm, Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, Inside Edge Primetime, Chad and I, and then Midnight Round with Anthony Alford. Of course, you'll see him at 11:30 later on tonight till 1 a.m. A lot of great weekly shows like we mentioned. InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Read about all your favorite personalities. Check out our partners, including our title sponsor, the Brothers Lounge. And go get something nice at the merchandise store. Rep Cleveland's digital leader, your source for sports, entertainment, mental health conversations, news, and everything in between. And near or far, here we are. That's usually the smoothest one I got. Inside Edge Network app on Roku. Take us with you. Get some travel points for us so we can all go travel together. All right. We are ready. We're excited. We have been really excited for about roughly a week now. It's been about a week. Chad was working behind the scenes. I told him, make sure you put a fan on. So, cause sometimes smoke, from the brain, we really work tough. So he did all that. Yeah. Yes, did all that. And was able to secure an exciting guest here for all of us on Inside Edge Primetime tonight. An author and owner of the owner of the Akron Aviators. We're going to talk about his new book. We're going to talk about the Aviators and so much more. Let's bring him on here with us. Brian Essence Collins joining Inside Edge Primetime. Brian, how you doing?
Oh, so far so good. Very honored to be on, and appreciate you guys staying up so late just to talk to little old me.
Well, the good news, Brian, is spoiler alert, I don't want everybody to hear this, just between me and you and Chad right now. we do this every night. Like we stay up and this is like, I know. And it's crazy because like, this is, like I said earlier, I don't know if you had heard, this is like our 5 or 6 o'clock. Chad and I will talk to about 4 or 5 in the morning. So we consider that like midnight. And then we should probably, get some sleep before the next 12 p.m. hits. But yes, very excited to have you on. Let's talk about it here. You have a new book. Kind of walk us through here, first off, what the title of the book and what the book's about here for those that are curious about why they should invest in it.
Absolutely. So this is my second book. The first one was about the music business. I don't know if you can see a few of my plaques from my other life behind me. But this one's called Course Correction, the Hidden System Running Your Life. I've always been able to have this very strong belief in myself and everything I do. And even with that, there are times when some things just really fell apart. The beginning of this year was just a lot of things came together in the worst ways possible. And I'm trying to kind of put some pieces together and figure out what I'm doing. And I realized that a lot of my life I've been kind of running on autopilot. And I don't mean that I've checked out and I'm just coasting through life. I mean, man, I didn't realize some of the decisions I was making were kind of powered by thoughts that I didn't even know that I had. And it's not always something negative, but it's our views on money that maybe we picked up from our parents. I'm a Kentucky Wildcat fan because my dad was. I grew up, I didn't have a choice.
Yeah.
I'm watching the Cats because my dad was. My dad got his master's there. His brother went there, got his PhD. My parents lived in Kentucky for a while. It was just passed down. And when I started looking at so many other things in my life, man, where did this thought come from? Whether it's someone who doubts himself, whether it's, struggling with money or quitting smoking or anything, there's a thought behind everything that we're doing. And I love to experiment on myself. So I will learn something and test doing things on myself so I know that it works. I don't just read a book and then regurgitate it like, oh, hey, this is the new technique. Like, no, I've lost 30 pounds in a month twice. I reversed type 2 diabetes. I met almost all of my goals for the year by mid-February. I changed my BMI. I'd made more money in the first couple months. I tested everything on myself, creating new habits.
Yeah.
And I feel like I figured it out. And if I, by testing on myself, can help someone else, and these things are things that you can really apply, I think, to most any situation, whether you're a musician or an athlete, or again, trying to just look at your life and change something. That's really what inspired it.
Yeah, no, I love it. And I'm going to hand it off to Chad B because he was super excited to get John. He called me up. It was the middle of the day. I was eating lunch. I said, let me put my lunch down. And he had so much great things to say about you. I'm excited to hear that because that's very powerful. But I'm going to hand it off to Chad B here because I know he has a few questions for you himself.
Yeah, well, first of all, I want to say that I think I've recently found your 30 pounds that you lost. So if you want that back, I've got that. It's around.
We can trade. I know how to get rid of it. So
fair enough. You can help me with that. And then also I have some plaques. This is when I knocked out Sonny Liston back here behind me. So
I remember that.
Yeah,
I remember reading about that.
Yeah, it was a big one. It was a big one. Okay. No, in all seriousness though, I think that like the subject matter of this book, like the subconscious thoughts that kind of drive you toward sometimes you don't even know what, right? You just kind of feel that inner voice kind of driving you or whatever. And I think this book just does I've read the book, finished it in like 2.5 days. Well, it wasn't a book. I bought it up digitally. It was on my phone. I couldn't put my phone down. My wife was like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm reading Brian's book. And I was like walking through my house, like bumping into walls because it just pertains. So it was such a personal thing for me. I think we all are affected by, subconscious thoughts, whether they're positive, negative, and those habits that you kind of create over time. Have you heard I'm sure that someone that's read this book has come to you with some personal stories of like, hey, you really put this into perspective for me. Can you share? You don't have to give details or names or anything, But can you I'm sure that you've heard some of those. I mean, can you share some of those with us? Because this is not a self-help book, I guess, but it really is. I mean, it's not like designed to be like, hey, here's how to, follow a plan, but it really is. I mean, it really helped me look at a lot of things differently, just internally in my life. So just share that with us if you can.
Absolutely. Well, I love to hear that, and that's really why I did it. It's not just to stroke my own ego and like, oh, I wrote a book. And
right.
I care about this stuff, and I think it can help. And I share some things in the book about music artists that I've worked with, and like real testimonies and things, just situations with friends. So some of the people who I've talked to lately have just the fact that they've opened up and were willing to look at themselves. It's so easy that to look for distractions now. We've become so uncomfortable sitting with ourselves and our thoughts.
Yep.
Like, I can't tell you how many times I'm driving and there, maybe I don't want to listen to music, or I'm like, I don't want to sit in the silence and have thoughts. Like, who can I call really quick? Who can I we don't really sit and process things, or even wonder where things came from. Like, where did my thoughts on this? Why am I hard on myself for this?
Yeah.
Like, if a parent said something when I was 7, or a grandparent said something, and I've been hard on myself ever since. Like, where did that come from? Like, why am I afraid to buy a dessert when I go out to eat? Why am I worried about spending an extra $5 on a meal? Like, where did this money scarcity mindset come from? Or this idea I'm not good enough for this sport, or why try? They're not going to pick me. I'm not going to raise my hand. Like, why would you think that about yourself? Like, and just learning where that came from. And, that's where the idea of course correction came in. It's our brains are wired for efficiency.
Yeah.
So, which is great, because if I had to think every time I wanted my heart to beat, like, I wouldn't have made it this far.
Yeah, I'm very absent-minded. I'd have a lot of trouble. I'd be like, if I breathed in the last couple of days.
Yeah, no, there's no way. So the brain looks at things like that it can just automate and run on autopilot, which is awesome.
Yeah.
But then we don't realize that a lot of the time, the things that we repeat often. So maybe it's me reaching for my phone first thing when I wake up.
Yeah.
My brain, if I consciously think, is this a good idea? Do I really want to start my day like this? Do I want to absorb this kind of content and stuff immediately when I wake up, when I'm not even fully conscious yet? I know that I don't. However, if I've been doing this for years, my body doesn't go, is this right for you? It goes, oh, that's what you're used to. So yeah, that's probably what you want to do. And it's going to course correct. And so many times we'll let our guard down. I'll be like, man, I'm on this diet. I've been working out every day. I'm cool. I'm good. I don't need to worry. I've made it. I'll tell myself I hit my new stride. I'm good. And then you slip up. Maybe I end up eating a whole pizza during a football game or something. I'm like, dang, like, all right, well, I don't have to be mad at myself and give up and gain 100 pounds back. Like, all right, that was, or even if you're conscious, that's one night, I'm having fun with my friends. Who cares? I can do sit up tomorrow if I want.
Yeah.
But it's so easy to like, well, I had some pizza yesterday. I can stop at the drive-through. I can do this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all you can eat. I can have more. I already paid for it. Might as well. And then you look back and like, dang, I was comfortable. I let my guard down. My body, my mind course corrected. It's our internal thermostat. You leave the window open and it's just, oh man, it's not supposed to be this cold in here. Let me turn up. That's what our body does. So that's what inspired all this. Just really learning and looking at myself and studying. And man, here we are.
Yeah, it's fascinating. It's not surprising to me that you would take the time to do the research and kind of, like you said, test some of these things on yourselves to help other people. I know how helpful you've been to me. I mean, I've told you before, and via text. Quite honestly, I wouldn't be doing this if it weren't for you. You're the one that kind of got me into all this. So yeah, I plan on reading this book over and over again, because I think it's dangerous when you start to let those things become automated. When the things that aren't very good for you become your comfort, and that becomes a habit. That's and I've slipped in and out of working out. I just recently, about 4 or 5 weeks ago, started working out pretty consistently again. And I'm always, it's not that I'm surprised, but I'm just always kind of like, oh yeah, I forgot how good this feels. Just psychologically, right? You start to feel stronger, you start to feel whatever. And then that becomes the comfort habit. It's like, well, I didn't work out today. Now I feel bad. And then you don't have to be hard on yourself. You get it tomorrow. If you miss a day, it's okay. If you miss a week, whatever. It's always easier to get back into doing the things that are good for you than you think it's going to be. But man, sometimes the bad habits are very, very comforting. So I think that, you got to keep an eye on that. And this book really helped me. I think one of my favorite stories I'm just going to share with you from the book was the artist who was, like mowing lawns, right? To get to where it, and then he ran into someone who just like, hey man, I hustled this money up, but this guy needs it more right now, right? And they just gave it. I just think people are amazing when it comes to that, like,
oh man, that was so awesome.
And then he walked 3 hours, you said, to the meeting.
Yes.
It's amazing what people will go through when you're just a good person, you want to help somebody out, but then B, driven to actually reach those goals. Man, you're talking about doing things the right way. Like, hopefully karma came back in a great way for that artist, because
that was incredible.
But I want to switch gears on you a little bit here, because you also, you are the founder and owner of Royal Air Entertainment, which fascinates me. That you've spent so much time and been so successful just within the music business and whatever. And I know that Eli has an immense experience with the music business as well, just doing things on the show side of things. But I'm going to ask you right now, the Akron Aviators, you are the owner of the ABA's Akron Aviators. Yes. How did that come about? How did you find yourself one day as the owner of a semi-professional basketball? How did that happen?
Oh man, it's a trip. Life will teach you and prepare you for things that you don't know are coming. You'll end up getting skills for something, and years down the road, you're like, oh, I know how to do that. So it started, I played basketball most of my life, and I studied abroad in Thailand. I was very fortunate. I went to a very small school in St. Louis called Webster University.
Oh, yeah.
And they had 7 sister campuses all over different parts of the world. Okay. Said, if you come for 1 year and you promise to come back for 1 semester, we will buy a round trip flight anywhere in the world for you. I can go to one of their schools, or I can, they'd hook me up with something else if I wanted a country they didn't have.
Okay.
Man, Thailand's that's the farthest place away on earth, it feels like. Let me try something new.
Yeah.
And a friend came to me, Chris Warren, who was studying there, and he's like, yo, there's a cash tournament. There's a basketball court outside. Everyone there played soccer, but yo, let's do it. So I ended up organizing, recruiting guys. I was a player coach. I designed the uniforms. Okay. I got the school to sponsor and get them made. I got the school to bus all the other classmates to our games. Organized everything. And it's just because I wanted to play. Right. So I come back, finish school, heavy in the music business. And I co-hosted a conference call with my mentor, Kermit Henderson, every other Tuesday for 8 years. Every other Tuesday. I don't think I missed a week.
Wow. Okay.
And we'd open it up, and, I'd do celebrity interviews. There's, Jeezy and Layla Hathaway and so many incredible artists that were on it. And someone from the ABA got on one time just for, open discussion. He's like, hey man, just know that sports needs entertainment too. So don't just look at traditional concert venues. We need halftime performers, national anthem singers. And I reached out, and he didn't respond. And I reached out again, immediately. I mean, while the call's still happening, didn't respond. I think I reached out 3 or 4 times. He didn't respond.
Okay.
And I had a magazine I was doing at the time, and I wanted to expand beyond just music. Mm-hmm. I know this is a good idea. There's got to be somebody else.
Yeah.
So I found someone else who was the head of entertainment at the time, named Twan Benefactor. He's ended up being an artist from Pittsburgh. We had some mutual friends. We ended up talking on the phone for hours first night and made a partnership on the spot. So I'm booking talent for the ABA for my first year in 2016.
Yeah.
Said, hey, do you want to start a team? They're hooking us up, giving us the market for basically nothing. and I can't say no. And that's, one of the things that I'd explored in the whole book studying my life process of like, why do I just hit? But man, if someone else had started a team here, it would have made me sick to my stomach, and not out of jealousy or anything, but looking at it and like, someone else builds a team here and they stink it up, like, dang, you blew it, man. If someone else comes here and does a great job, like, man, I knew I should have started that. I can live with something not working out, a business failing, a team getting our butt kicked. I can handle that. Yeah. But not trying and looking back in the end of my life and like, man, why didn't I ever start that team? Why didn't I? Yeah. And it just happened, and it didn't hit me that I'd been training for that with Thailand until I did an interview. I did an interview preseason before our very first game, and I told the guy that story, and he's like, "Oh, so you've done all this already?" And man, the relief that I felt, the wave of relief of like, "Oh yeah, okay, I did." Because our first tryout, nobody came.
Okay,
absolutely nobody, not a single. Okay. But then we didn't tell anyone that no one came. This is the first time I've ever said that.
I still would have gotten cut, by the way. I still would have gotten cut from that team. That's just
we held another one, and there like 25 players showed up, and a couple former team owners, and the press came. Like, oh, thank God you guys didn't come last week, because that would have been
right. And I think, Brian, like, I'm just curious, as somebody who I've been booking shows for 3 years now in Cleveland and out of state. And I think something that I have caught attention-wise is building community. I've always been big on that, but building community, my Pop Mooney does a podcast here on, a show on the network. So he is big on that. I've got that from my mom and dad, just being immersed around people. And I've seen, when you first start doing shows, you got 10 to 15 people and you're like, okay, we got something here. And then maybe you have 5 at the next one, and then 15, and then 25. And it's at a point now where we here in Cleveland see a thriving community and something that's changing. I wanted to ask you, with your music background, obviously very extensive there, and now owning the Akron Aviators, you mentioned halftime performers, national anthem. How big is that music and sports connection for you in terms of building community? Because I believe a lot of the times those two go hand in hand. Even if you're a casual sports fan, you hear it in lyrics, you hear it, the jerseys sometimes wearing at concerts. So how important is that music to sports, like bridging that gap for community to you, and how are you doing that?
It's so important. It's so important. The music business taught me so much about basketball. Rappers taught me a lot about basketball players. Yeah. There are a lot of similarities in good and other ways, let's say.
Yeah.
One of which is there's a mindset that I love about basketball players and athletes of teams and working together. That's the one main difference I see. If, say, I bring a music executive into town and I'm setting up meetings, singers and rappers and art, like, they're not going to tell other people because they don't want that to mess up their shot. Right. But if I have a tryout, everyone like, hey man, like, my cousin's a shooter. Do you need somebody? Oh man, I know a point guard. Oh, do you know, like, they're willing to share. I've had a bunch of guys bring their replacements to practice before. Like, oh man, you got to have my cousin, and like, oh man, your cousin's a lot better than you are. You shouldn't have brought him, but thank you.
Thanks for paying it forward. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and it just creates this atmosphere. Can I come and just sit at a basketball game that's just basketball, no DJ, no music, no entertainment? Of course I can. I love sports. But the atmosphere and what can make it stand out as an experience to fans is something that music can do that other things just can't, or just entertainment in general. If you've got a host that's fun, or giveaways or something like that just adds to the value. And I learned very early on, I don't believe in competition anyway. I believe more in creation. I can create an opportunity or an idea or something that's fun. There's enough out here for everybody.
Yeah.
But even though Ohio State destroys my attendance if I play during a Buckeyes game, even though the Browns would destroy my attendance, I think if I promote it differently to the right people, it won't matter. There are enough basketball fans here that will still come, But what I'm really competing with, it's not the Cavs, it's not the G League, it's with people's routines.
Yeah.
What does someone normally do on a Saturday night? That's what I'm competing with. If someone habitually goes to the same bar, spends the same amount of money on the same drinks every night, that's what I'm competing with. So it took me all of this stuff with music to really look and like, oh, okay. No, it's event promotion at the end of the day. We dress it up differently, but that's what it is.
And I'm gonna hand it over to Chad B here, but just to follow up on that, like you said about collaboration, I say it all the time here. I'm part of a music collective, Lahele, obviously here on the Inside Edge Network. Everything we're doing, but just in community, collaboration creates community, and it's a lot of times we have this competition, and I always say it's healthy till it isn't healthy, and then it starts causing problems. So I just believe collaboration creates community, and that was strong there, Brian. I agree wholeheartedly with you, and there's a lot of challenges. Chad B, I see. Are you signing up? Are you signing up to help Brian with some of his challenge that he's working through with the Aviators? Is that what you're gearing up to say?
Yeah, I mean, I can shoot a 3. I'm not really a D guy anymore. I mean, that's not what you meant. You didn't mean on the court.
No, I've never seen you shoot a basketball. Still don't feel very confident. But
it's not bad. Well, it wasn't bad 20 years ago. I'm not sure how it is now. To be honest. But let me ask you this: you guys have now. You talked about the atmosphere. You have a DJ, right? That's there. Where first of all, where do you play your home games?
So the last few years we've been in Kenmore, the Kenmore area of Akron. We started out at the St. Vincent St. Mary gym at the LeBron James Arena. We were at North High School, and we just kind of bounced around to a couple different gyms, just trying to find the right one that met our needs. And it took a while before we got to where we are now. So this will be our 3rd season, I believe, in Kenmore. We play it in this community center.
Right. Okay. Now, I actually saw an interview that you did with Sarah White on Good Morning Akron. I think it was about a year ago. You were talking about a mascot, and I know that you didn't have one at that time. Are you still looking for a mascot?
Yes.
Because I can't do that. I'm not sure I could do it, but I have it. I at least have an idea for it. It's got to be Abby the Aviator, right? Like
it is now. Yeah.
Right.
It is now. That's right. Boom. There it is.
To fill a costume, and then we have to find a costume, and then we're there. We're most of the way there, to be honest.
Yeah, and you know what, Brian? Chad and I, we have a little bit of sparring here, so we were talking about if we should bring this to light or not. I have no problem. I'll bring it to light here. I'll bring it to light. The Lake County Captains, they have Skipper, obviously, rocking around the big green thing. He's just moving around, and so I used to do video operation and camera operation for the Captains for a few seasons. Sweet. And I remember, being like, I'm 21, 22 years old. I'm like, it would be real cool to get in that mascot. Let me be the mascot. And I remember the one day somebody called off, and they must have been a smart camper because it was 95 degrees that day. And I got in the mask. They said, now's your time to shine. You won the mascot day. And
that's what you're shining with, by the way.
I literally get in this mascot, guys. And first off, there's a lot of challenges that go around with it. First off, like, you're walking and you don't have any like peripheral vision, so you may like knock somebody down on the concourse. And you're like, ooh, but you can't say like sorry because then they're gonna hear you like. So you're like, on me, but like not on me. Like, so you have a lot of stuff going on with that, and then they do this thing called Skipper's Run in the 7th inning. They you come out from the right field and you run across the outfield to the other side, and I mean that was probably the worst running experience I've ever had in my life. Thighs were rubbing against thighs. I didn't beat anybody. Let's be very clear. Everybody beat me. They're on the microphone going, and Skipper's taking his time tonight. Skipper was. So that being said, I was a little hesitant. I told Chad, look, dude, like those days are behind me, man. I'm a one and done. I'm like, a college freshman in basketball. I'm one and done. But I would be open to it. Maybe not all, full time. Obviously, I got a lot of stuff I got to do with the network and with the music community. But, you call up and you say, hey, is Eli available this Thursday? We need Avi the Aviator. I mean, we can make some things happen, man. But no, I think it's so cool what you're doing, like truthfully, because, we talked about, obviously, you've had your hands in a lot of different things. Mm-hmm. And you mentioned with the book, like changing these routines. Where routines for a lot of people, like you mentioned, even with food, is as simple as like your eating habits. Mm-hmm. It's, I had Taco Bell yesterday, so now let's have McDonald's today and this, and I'll cook by Friday, and then Friday comes, you're like, a pizza sounds cool. So it's like you see these routines. I think it's real cool how you're helping people change their mindset and also what you're doing for the community. I think that's super impactful. My last question for you is, where do you see the Akron Aviators in 5 years from now?
Great question. So this will be our 10th year.
Yeah.
Our 9th season playing, but 10, because, there was a thing a few years ago called COVID.
Yeah.
At least down here in this part of Ohio. I'm not sure about you.
Yeah,
But,
we heard of it. Yeah.
Yes.
Vaguely, it influenced me a little bit.
Yeah. So we took a year off for that, obviously, but our 10th year, I signed the papers May 2017, and I want to continue our international growth. I actually, just real quick, Thailand. I also own a pro team in Thailand, like a lower level pro team called the Hua Hin Manta Rays, which is where I went to school, Hua Hin.
Yeah.
We play out of a league called Tiba in Bangkok. It's a professional league, so I'm looking for more ways to funnel Aviators players places.
Okay.
So we've had 16 players signed either overseas or to higher pro leagues. 3 players have become college coaches. 1 head coach is now the women's head coach at Tri-C, Cuyahoga Community College.
Wow.
Okay.
Coach Deion Griffin. So
Yeah.
I love that we're a launch pad, and I want to continue to be that, but I want to continue building international relationships and building a funnel, which also includes something at the bottom. I'd love to do kids programs and maybe an AAU team or something starting there, and have our players train them and kind of build an academy style that way, kind of modeled after the UK systems.
Yeah.
Is really what I'm looking at. I want to grow more and continue to grow in Akron and beyond. There's an opportunity there to do things. We do things with the community now. And I want to do more. We've raised hundreds of pounds of food for the Akron Canton Regional Food Bank.
Awesome.
Last year alone, we had 12 boxes full of toys for Salvation Army for holidays. So I want to do more of that and giving back. And with our players, there are guys who come to us because they want to continue and go as far as they can and see what they can do in their career. There are other guys who maybe they've done that, or maybe they've got a good job here, or their family's here and they don't want to leave the country, but they want to play at a high level.
Yeah.
Those guys deserve to be known and recognized as well in the community.
Yeah.
So I want to continue to grow and give those guys a chance to be whatever they want to be with this uniform on.
I love that.
It's amazing work, man. And we'll let you go. I know it's our dinner time, but it is normal people's bedtime now. So we'll let you get out of here. But a couple of things I want to say. First of all, I admire your sense of adventure. I admire your fearlessness, and I just admire your propensity to want to help people, man. Like I said, you've helped me more than I could even probably put into words, to be honest with you. So I appreciate you for that. But before we get out of here, I want you to, so the name of the book is Course Correction: The Hidden System Running Your Life. First of all, tell people where they can get this book, because it's a must-have. I mean, it was an excellent read. It was very well written, and like I said, I plan on going back and reading it a few more times myself. It's very, very helpful to my just my train of thought, really, to stay on track.
I really appreciate that. Now it's exclusively on Amazon, but read coursecorrection.com. It's coming soon to other platforms, but I really wanted to push to get that number 1 somewhere. So hit number 1 last night. So that was my goal. I claimed it to myself in April, and I knew I would do it, and I did it. So it's coming soon to other platforms, but read coursecorrection.com. And last thing I'll say about that, imagine applying that logic of where did this thought come from, and people not wanting to disrupt and going back. Imagine applying that to your favorite sports team that's just been stinking it up for your whole life.
Yeah.
Like, how comfortable are people in the system that they're just like, oh, that's just the way things are. Why do you draft like that? Why do you trade like that? Why do you cut the staff like that? Why do you when you have that lens and start looking at other things and realize it applies to everything, just the idea of sports changed so much for me, looking at headlines every day and like, what was the culture like at that team where this seemed like a good decision for years?
Right.
And years.
Why does it continue that way? Yeah, it's an excellent question. Yeah, absolutely.
I love it. I love it. And Brian, we appreciate you sharing some insight on a ton of different things here and spending some time with us. I mean, I don't know if Chad said, hey, it'll be 10 to 15. Sometimes that's how we do on prime time. We say 15 minutes and then we look up and it's been 30 minutes. We've enjoyed you spending some time with us. We'll definitely love to get you back on here, find out what's going on with the Aviators throughout the season, of course, the off season, all of that. So we'll keep you obviously on speed dial. As long as you don't block Chad's number or my number, then we're okay. So Brian Essence Collins, again, Chad talked about, and sent over a ton of highlights here. Again, founder, owner of Royal Air Entertainment, owner of the ABA Akron Aviators, author of Course Correction. You heard The Hidden System Running Your Life. Go grab it. Go check it out. You're going to want to read the book. I'm grabbing it right now. Chad sent it to me. I was waiting for payday. Payday's here, so we're going to grab a copy myself. And Brian, I'll have my recap, my thoughts on it next time you're on here with us.
Awesome. Looking forward to it, guys. Thank you so much.
All right. Brian Essence Collins, everybody. Great guy. We appreciate him so much. Chad B, my goodness. Look at you, buddy. That was a lot of fun, man. You had been telling me we were going to talk to Brian, and I'd heard a lot of great things about him, but to actually spend some time, get to know about a lot of different walks of life there, from the author, like writing a book, like you mentioned, like I wanted to write a book, but I wanted to write a book with purpose. So to have that now on his accomplishments and the music background and the ABA, the Akron Aviators, I mean, like so many cool things, man. Like, cool things.
I just owning a team overseas. And like I said, just the fearlessness, right? Like a lot of people, I think in this book is a perfect, I think, amalgamation of some of those thoughts. Like a lot of people would stop themselves right before they get to the finish line because you're afraid to take that jump, right? Well, what if this is too much of a financial commitment, or what if I can't do it, or what if I end up looking silly? What if I can't, whatever. And just to be able to push through that, I think that just like I said, reading this book, Course Correction, The Hidden System Running Your Life, it kind of made me realize like I thought in those ways for a long, long time. And I'm starting to kind of break out of that mold of thinking. And that's that's a very, very good thing.
It sure was. And it sure is. And I'm proud of you. I'm proud of all the accomplishments Brian has. And it was great. That was our first time meeting. Look at that. So we get to talk here on the network, and hopefully all you enjoyed out there as well. We're going to take a little bit of an extended break here, folks. We ran about 35 or so. And of course, we want you to hear about some of our fantastic partners here on the Inside Edge Network. So you're going to hear from a few of the other shows, what's coming up later tonight and tomorrow. And of course, you'll hear from some of our partners. We'll be back with everybody's favorite Tuesday segment. Don't tell Kyle. I know he'll be upset if we said that. But Tuesday Top 5 coming up right after this. That's Chad B to my right, your right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. This is Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. It's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches, free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Imported coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whew, what a show today, guys. We talked about a lot of news, everything from the craziness coming out of the city and the county of Lorain involving a former pair of students that passed away, to a change of start time, to just the craziness involving the Cleveland RTA and their COO being found dead in Virginia. Just so much going on in the news world today. If you missed the show, make sure you check it back out when the stream is over this evening, or of course, as you get moving through the day on your Wednesday. Tomorrow, a big show. Wednesday, a huge show. That's right. House Bill 615. We'll talk about what that could mean. Plus, as we mentioned, all the latest news, talk, sports. And don't forget, end of the show, viral video of the night. Don't want to miss it. Right here, unfiltered, 9 p.m. on the Inside Edge Network. I will see you right after the Daily Spiral.
Oh, hey, everyone. It's me, Autumn, here from the Daily Spiral, your main host from the center of the chaos. And all week, I have you covered. We will be covering Love Island USA, the Lindsay Clancy case, everything I missed on vacation, because as you guys know, I was on vacation for a week and a lot of crazy stuff happened. The Lakers getting sold, and maybe potentially could they move to Vegas? I don't know. We're going to talk about it. D23 and all the Disney and Marvel news. And of course, you know, I'm going to give you my good spiral and bad spiral of the day. But we also have the Daily Spiral at a new time, 8 p.m. here on the Inside Edge Network. Please tune in to the Daily Spiral Monday through Friday, 8 p.m. to 9 p.m., and you won't regret it.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. SportsMemorabilia.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Monster and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
Happy Tuesday, everybody. And folks, we thank you for tuning in to the Inside Edge Network. We got a lot for you coming up at 11:30 for Midnight Run. Tom Brady says something very interesting about quarterbacks not playing in the preseason. You know, you're talking about a trend that I believe Sean McVay started all those years ago about not having their starting quarterback out there on the field all those years ago with Jared Goff and now Matthew Stafford. But is that trend working? Last year, 10 starting quarterbacks did not play a single snap in the NFL. Do you need to see starters in the preseason? Do the good teams need their starters out there in the preseason? We're going to talk about that, plus obviously the latest news on the Browns and everything else going on across the board. And yes, I know we didn't have a good smash or pass last night. We'll try to do better tonight at 11:30 on Midnight Run here on the Inside Edge Network.
And welcome back. Inside Edge Prime Time here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryan, to my right, your right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. We are back. We talked a little bit of Lakers at the beginning of the show, but a big thank you goes out to Brian Essence Collins, author, founder of so many great things, including the Akron Aviators, his background in music. Chad B sent this list to me right before we got on, or the confirmation, rather, from Brian last week, and I'm still looking at this list, Chad B, and I'm like, my goodness, you know, you look at all the accomplishments. One more time, if you missed the interview, you have to go back and check it out. Yeah. Brian Essence Collins, founder, owner of Royal Air Entertainment, owner of the ABA Akron Aviators, author of Course Correction, The Hidden System Running Your Life. And Chad's already checked it out. I'm getting my copy. Get your copy. A big thank you to Brian again. We will definitely look to have him back on here very, very soon, discussing the Aviators and everything else going on with them. So now he's officially friend of the program. How about that?
It's funny, Eli. I want to share this with you. I texted Brian when I was finished reading the book, and I said, you know, I've never personally known anyone like that who was published before and until recently, and I hadn't had a chance to read anyone's book that I personally knew, right? So it was a weird experience reading the book because I read about half of it in my voice and half of it in his voice. And I was like, what am I like? Why am I'm hearing him say this to me? It was really weird. I've never had that happen before. It was funny.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Big thank you to Brian. We were very excited to have him back on here in the near future. And a big thank you to all of you for rocking with us so far. We are not done yet. Chad and I got another 20 minutes or so, and then, of course, at 11:30, Midnight Run with Anthony Alford, our program director and our bro, who will run till 1 a.m. right through the finish line with all of you. And if you're enjoying the content thus far, make sure you like, subscribe, follow at InsideEdge.net and all the socials, YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch. Smash that notification bell so you know when we're going live with all the daily shows Monday through Friday in this evening block. We're all together. We're all one big happy family. And then, of course, our weekly shows that do a phenomenal job as well. Real Talk with Papa Moon, Saturdays at 5. Of course, you have Voice of the Land Thursdays at 6 o'clock. Main event Sunday. You have Sunday evenings. A ton of great stuff here when it comes to the Inside Edge Network. At InsideEdgeNetwork.com, you can read about all those personalities. Check out our partners, including our title sponsor, The Brothers Lounge. Check out the Brothers Lounge, live music, Chef Win, and Winning Bites. So much great food, burgers, fries, nachos, wings, so many great options. Chicken and waffles, voodoo pasta, so many great things. 11609 Detroit Avenue on the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. And, of course, Fanatics.com, AlleyRoseFragrances.com, W Energy, Monster Moments, SportsMemorabilia.com, Omega Video Marketing, and W Energy. Could not do without them. Couldn't do without you at home. Go grab something nice from the merchandise store. We're up Cleveland's digital leader and your source for sports, entertainment, mental health conversations, news, and everything in between. And near or far, here we are. Inside Edge Network app on Roku. Take us wherever. Put us on your TV. We want to be on the big screen. Come on. Put us on the big screen. All right. We are going to get into it. I know you have all been on the edge of your seats, just waiting to see what are we going to talk about today. And if you're wondering, it's your first time, you're like, what are these guys even talking about? Well, we'll tell you. It's time for our favorite segment of Tuesdays. Chad B. Don't tell Kyle. Don't tell Double A, because I know Smash or Pass coming up later on Midnight Run. What time is it, Chad B?
It's time for, it's time for the Tuesday Top 5, right? Let's put it up, right? There it is. You know the Tuesday Top 5 screen. And I was thinking about, I know we kicked around some ideas for the week, right?
Yeah.
And then sometimes when I'm like, well, I don't know, I'm not fully convinced. We could talk about that. I could go another week. What's relevant right now? And I looked at my daughter and I said, you know what? My kids are going back to school tomorrow. Like they start school. Day one is tomorrow, right? And I said, maybe back to school. And I asked my wife, and she said, you should do back to school items. And I kind of laughed. I was like, that's a good one, Yeah.
And
then my daughter said, I was like, completely unrelated. She didn't hear the answer. I asked my daughter, I said, what should we do for Tuesday Top 5? And she goes, back to school items. I was like, all right, that's it. Settled. That's it. That's how democracy works. They voted, right?
Yes.
Sal was in, whatever. We're good. My son was in. So we're doing Top 5. I don't like that. They got to fix that. The Tuesday Top 5 is going to be the top 5 back to school items.
Okay.
They really got that little.
Yeah. Well, I'll submit a ticket. We'll see what we can do.
Yeah, let's get IT on the phone. Anyway, Eli, back to school season's here, right? Which means it's time to spend, I don't know, $87.84 on supplies that will probably disappear before Halloween. Some of these items have been around forever. Some are wildly over-engineered for their actual purpose, but all of them are essential to the American education experience. Let's just get right into it.
Okay.
Want to do it? Let's do it.
I'm so ready.
I'm so excited. Okay. We got to make faces in between the screens, right?
And I want to real quick before we get into number 5, you said we were kicking ideas around. No ideas were harmed in the thought process of creating this Tuesday Top 5. Just want to put that
don't come after it. We love ideas. We treat ideas well. We think ideas should be well taken care of. In fact, I have nowhere else to go with this idea thing, so I'm going to stop now. That's from the
Okay. Let's get into it, Chappie. Let's get into it.
All right, that's fine. So number 5 on the Tuesday Top 5 back to school items list is something that, and I created some nicknames for some of these things based on what I've seen from just like experiencing school over the last few years, whatever, with my kids. So number 5 is going to be folders. Okay. And I nice little back to school font, by the way. That looks like, like a kid wrote this or whatever. I tried to go with it. Folders or indestructible paper tamers. Okay. Folders are basically, if you think about it, Eli, you book some musical acts here and there. You've seen, you've got the need for bouncers every once in a while, right?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it happens. But folders are basically the bouncers of your backpack. Okay. Their entire job is to keep loose papers from becoming a confetti cannon every time you open your locker, right? You don't want that. But yet somehow by October, the folder looks like it survived a war, right? It's been at school for like a month and a half. They've got 18 days off in the first, but it doesn't matter. It looks like that folder got beat with a sledgehammer on the sides. The corners are bent. There's a mysterious tear down the middle. Somebody's phone number is written on it. And there's at least like 3 assignments inside that you were supposed to turn in about 2 weeks ago. Rating 8 out of 10 for folders. Great at holding papers, terrible at surviving children.
Yeah, I mean, folders are something Mama Moon and Papa Moon would be frustrated about because I rarely would use them growing up. In fact, I was the one that would have their papers just smashed at the end of, they're like, where is your homework? And I'm like, oh, great question.
It's in here.
Here it is. We're missing problem 5 and 4 as well because we put a hole in the paper and, not great. So folders are super important. You got to make sure you get them, different color options. You got to make sure, I was a big, like, science for me was like green usually. And then I feel like history, like,
that makes sense.
History was like, I don't know, sometimes like, blue or orange, just something that like popped because I loved history.
Okay.
You had something like that, but you got to make sure you really dedicate your folders to like a color scheme. It's very important. And it also makes it fun throughout the year.
I agree. And I love that because I went with a whole different color scheme for each of these items. Based on that. That's hilarious that you said that. Also, I will tell you that any math folder for me is going to be red because if you see me working with numbers or doing math, it's a red flag.
Dude.
It's like when you see the fireworks safety guy run, you run. If you see me doing it, just run. It's not good. If I'm doing
That's
math,
so funny. That's so funny. My freaking math folder was red too.
There you go. Because I mean, overall, math is a red flag. And listen, if you use math every day for your job, first of all, you're lying. No, you're not lying. But no, some of the like you get into like trigonometry and like who's like, okay, I guess if you're like a rocket scientist or like a planetary, you're using those things. But yeah, I mean, for doing what we do, I don't need a whole lot of trigonometry or calculus or whatever.
Yeah.
So I guess I've just whatever. Math is great. Don't listen to me. Math is fantastic. You got to do math. No math.
Yeah.
And
no
science.
math. Yes. And science.
Yes. Okay. Anyway, number 4. Let's move on. It's probably time to move on. Number 4. Yeah, there we are. Look at us. The wide ruled notebook, right? Or I call this is a wide ruled brain dump. Okay. You'll understand in a moment. Wide ruled notebooks they're the perfect size for people whose handwriting looks like they're trying to communicate with extraterrestrials. You get a lot of that sometimes. My kids are getting better at writing, but sometimes I'm like, what is that? And to full disclosure, sometimes my wife sends me to the store with a list, and I'm like, what's a balloofum? I don't know what that is, right? How do I buy that? Anyway, today we learned about photosynthesis. Okay. And then right underneath that, right? Because you write plenty of things on here. It says lunch is at 11:42.
Okay.
Then it says, I think Sarah likes Josh.
Oh no.
Yeah. And it's technically a science notebook, but by about page 14, it's like a psychological journal, I think. So folders, 8.5 out of 10. I mean, they're about 8.5. It's 70% schoolwork, 30% just nonsense, really. But that's okay.
Yeah, and I definitely was the wide ruled notebook. I kind of feel attacked here, Chad B. But my handwriting was never the cleanest. I got like about a C plus in handwriting.
Okay.
And so it was never I was never the most legible. In fact, growing up, they tried to teach me, to write with my my left hand, and I promise you,
maybe you're doing it wrong.
I'm like, I promise you, I'm not doing this right. I'm not doing this right. Like, I got to do it with my right hand. The left hand's not working. And they're like, no. Like, try with I'm like, I promise you. And they're like, they teach you all the different stuff, and I don't want to spoil in case there's other stuff on this list. But there's things that obviously help you write with your, your pencil form and all that. Okay. All that for me to be in my 20s now, and I maybe use a pen or a pencil 3 times a week.
All right. They're like, well, okay, left, right's not working. Maybe try your nostril. Just, put it in there.
Yeah. Why don't you just use both, left and right? Why don't you just grab 2 fingers on each and just try to, my goodness, bro. I was one of those guys, though, so I get it.
Or at least you'll have a nice shadow when you write, right?
Yes.
A little bit of shading never hurt anybody. All right, that's fine. Okay, let's move on. Number 3. I will say this. My handwriting is very small. Sometimes I write very legibly, but it's really, really small. And then sometimes I can't. It's like I forget how to write. I'm like, what happened? I used to know how to do this.
I'm in signature mode all the time. So I just write like I'm signing something all the time. And that's probably not great. advice to everybody going back to school, but just don't let them convince you. If you're a right-handed writer, don't let them convince you write with your left. And that's my back to school advice.
There you go. That's good back to school advice, I think. More back to school advice would be to get to number 3 on the top 5. I think we should do that. Yeah, right.
Okay.
Here we go. Number 3 is the 24 count crayon box, right?
Okay.
Or this is the 24 color rainbow box. Not very creative there, but nothing said I'm ready to learn like opening a brand new box of 24 crayons, right? You got red, you got blue, you got green, you got yellow in there. And then you've got colors like burnt sienna, which nobody has ever actually seen in nature. We've never seen any. What is burnt sienna? And it's funny because that's actually one of the colors that I remember from like kindergarten, and I was like, "Is that an actor? Burnt sienna? Who is that?"
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Like,
I don't know.
Was like an '80s quarterback? Did he throw 5 touchdowns in a game? Like, who is Burnt?
Yeah, who is Burnt sienna? Why is he so famous, and why does he have his own crayon? I want my own crayon.
Yeah.
The best part was the hierarchy, though. You didn't have just crayons. You had the crayon, right? Remember that? The good ones stayed perfectly sharpened. The bad ones were like broken in half and eventually kind of became the property of just whoever sat next to you. You just trade crayon pieces and it's fine. And God help you if somebody broke your midnight blue. That was the trouble. Listen, rating. Give them a 9 out of 10. I think the closest. This is probably the closest elementary school ever really came to owning a luxury product. It was the 24 count box of crayons.
Yeah, and I got to be honest with you, Chad B, before we move on to number 2. We got a little bit of time here, so I'll be honest, open and honest here for a second. On Midnight Run, Double A's doing the back to school week on Midnight Run, and ours was more like, obviously, like, he's trying to, like, help out, like, college kids, because he went to BGSU, Bowling Green State University. Yeah. I did not go to college. I went to Ohio Media School and took care of business there, and now I'm here. Rock with everybody, but we're giving advice to more like, the guys and girls trying to figure out college, or maybe, it's their senior year in high school, what not to do. I kind of gave some examples of, like, if you're going to ask a girl to homecoming, do not get a cookie cake and ask her in front of the entire lunchroom while it's dead silent. Then she shakes her hand. Okay, the trauma's starting again. Go back to number two.
That is like proposing on the kiss cam. You can't do that. Yeah. Hey, listen, so you mentioned BGSU, right?
Yes.
Just a quick note about BGSU that I saw today. They now have the largest marching band in the country. They're 600 plus people strong at Bowling Green. In the marching band.
Smokes.
600 people. That's pretty amazing.
Do you think any of them can play running back too for the Falcons? Like,
yeah, they're in shape. You ever seen like some of the band stuff they do like in like the training camp? Dude, it's hot out there. They're carrying like giant like instruments. First of all, to be able to walk and play, I would pass out. A, from the heat, B, from probably the lack of oxygen. Like the amount of in shape you have to be to march and to know what you're doing and to look good while you're doing it, and then you have to sound good, right? It can't be like, did you ever see the Family Guy where Peter and Lois play and they're in a band, they think they're amazing, but they're not. They're just getting high and playing music. They sound terrible. That's me if I pick up any instrument. So you got to sound good too, right? Like you can't just look good. You got to sound good out there. You have to do all those things simultaneously. I don't know that I'm that talented, Eli. I don't think I can do it.
I mean, believe in yourself. We just had Brian on.
You're right.
You gotta change the mindset here. Believe in it. Believe in it.
Course correction. You're right. I got this. I can do this.
You're damn right. That's right.
All right. Fair enough. But while I'm doing it, let's move on to number 2.
All right.
I don't have to go to the bathroom. This is just number 2 on the list. Okay, here we go. Okay. It's purple glue sticks. Right? What did I do to my screen? My screen just got really tiny. I don't know what happened. Or I just, as I call them, sticky purple glue sticks. Again, not super creative here, but it's fine. The purple glue stick was probably the greatest marketing gimmick in elementary school history, I think. Look, it's purple, right? You need 84 of these. You put it on your paper. You admire the beautiful purple trail of glue and think like, this is incredible. Then 5 minutes later, it turns to clear and you're like, where the hell did the glue go? What happened? And let's be honest, nobody ever really used the entire glue stick, right? You'd lose the cap, the glue would dry out. You'd eventually find it in the bottom of your backpack 6 months later, looking like a purple chapstick that had been through a natural disaster. It's got things stuck to it that you can't explain.
Yeah.
Whatever, that's a purple glue stick. The rating, I'm going to give these, they're still pretty cool. Maybe, not entirely unnecessary. I get the point. I'll give them a 9.5 out of 10. How about that? Somehow it's both a school supply and a snack-shaped object, which could be a little dangerous.
Yeah, true. Now, my question to you were you a eat the glue stick kind of guy?
That was delicious. No, I was not. Okay. I don't think glue sticks were even a thing when I was in school, Eli. Like,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, barely glue. You had to just hold your project together in front of the class with all your fingers in the right place, and then it fell apart because there was no glue.
Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. I'll never forget. Obviously, being a child like me, like growing up, and my mom one time was like, "Where are all your glue sticks going? We bought you so many at the beginning of the year." And I was taking a bite every now and then, just seeing what the glue stick had for us. Like
it looks so good, right?
I mean, goodness gracious, bro. Purple glue sticks, number 2.
I traded it for a half midnight blue crayon. What do you mean? Where's my glue stick? Like, get out of here.
Yeah. It was fair trade. The trade machine said it was a fair trade.
Yeah, I ran it through. The money matched. Let's do it, right? I didn't even need to get a third student involved. It was just a straight up trade, swap.
Yeah.
Boom, done.
And we got cash considerations on our end, so we're doing pretty well.
Love it. Yeah, no draft picks, but that's fine.
Yeah.
All right. Well, this is the moment you've been waiting for. I know everybody's on the edge of their seat. The number 1 Tuesday top 5 back to school item as we switch here we go. I just smiled every time tonight.
Oh.
Number 2 pencils.
Wow.
I'm just going to call these Ticonderoga because every school list that I've ever seen specifically calls for the Ticonderoga. Number 2, we'll get to it. The undisputed heavyweight of champion school. So I think this is if I could say words, I was trying to say the undisputed heavyweight champion of school supplies. Like 3 of them came out at the same time, so it made a fun new word. That's fine. Ticonderoga number 2 pencils. You could have a $60 backpack. You have a brand new lunchbox, a calculator that costs more than your first car, probably. But if you didn't have a Ticonderoga, I mean, were you even really prepared for school? Right? These pencils were built like they were manufactured by the same people who make railroad tracks. I don't understand. Anyway, and there's always the one kid who showed up with like the worst mechanical pencil. Like, hey, can I borrow a pencil? No. Well, I mean, okay, you may borrow a Ticonderoga, but you're going to return it in the exact condition in which you received it. Like somehow I want my lead to come back. Like when you sharpen it, I want there to be the same. The pencil needs to be the same length that it left me at, right? It can't come back shorter because that pencil is not a writing utensil, Eli. It's an investment.
Yeah, no, definitely.
No notes here. 10 out of 10, by the way. The Michael Jordan of school supplies. That's it. That's my final rate.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah. No, you're right. Okay. I wonder if they specifically choose Ticonderoga so that you learn how to say Ticonderoga and you're learning your enunciations, your pronunciations. Maybe that's like the way, because there's definitely other brands out there that maybe are a little cheaper than Ticonderoga. But hey, that's a discussion for another day. That
reminds me of Ponderosa a little bit.
Yeah. Oh.
Always comes back to food. Yeah.
Ponderosa, my goodness. Hey, I'll tell you this. Yeah. This is a pretty solid list. I'm really happy with really all of this. And the fact that you said this is for elementary school. I know, like, obviously you're getting the kiddos ready for school, like, and everything, and everybody's gearing up. So I can understand. This is going to differ a little bit from a high school list maybe or a college list, because I was wondering the omission of pencil sharpeners. Like, you have but in elementary school, it's been a while for me. Obviously, I'm 29 years old, but I'm assuming the teachers maybe now just sharpen the pencils for the kids. Like,
I think if you bring enough Ticonderogas and they're pre-sharpened in the box, you don't have to worry about it, right? You just write until that thing breaks. Boom, you just grab another pencil, and that's why the supplies are gone by Halloween.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what do you? I mean, you
sharpen them, and they
have a lot of faith.
They have accessories. See, I consider that as more of an accessory, right? That was an accessory to the Ticonderoga. That's like, you buy the Ticonderoga, right? That's your suit, and then you're like, okay, well, let's get a tie to go with that. The pencil sharpener is the tie. It's not really the main attraction. It could be, I guess, if you got a really cool tie, but the suit is the thing. So the Ticonderoga is the suit, and the pencil sharpener is the tie.
Okay. I mean, besides that, I really don't think I have any complaints, to be honest.
All right, I'm gonna bring
folders. Yeah, no, I mean, folders are cool. Binders, I would think, but folders, at least, in elementary school, you're gonna want probably more of a folder type, easier backpack setup. You don't have to lug around the binder. So, and then of course, like I said, if this was high school or college back to school items we were talking about, I'd probably say colored pencils. Would probably make their way through. I was surprised markers didn't make their way through, though, instead of crayons. Crayons are over markers nowadays?
Well, yeah. I mean, I have an honorable mention if you wanted to hear about it. It's not a big deal. It's just a pencil box, right? It's because where else are you supposed to keep the 17 Ticonderogas, 3 broken midnight blue crayons? Somehow you have 3 halves now. How'd that happen? It's like laundry. 2 socks go in, 3 come out, 4 socks go in, 1 comes out. Where do they go? How do they multiply? I don't understand.
Both sides are sharpened. You're like, what is going on?
Yeah, you got 2 erasers, a dried up marker. There's a marker. The ruler, you got a ruler in there, right? A little 12-inch ruler, whatever. That's a pretty big pencil box if you got 12-inch rulers. So maybe a 6-inch ruler.
Yeah.
And then that one little tiny piece of paper that you've got that you just have absolutely no idea why you say it's folded up. There's nothing written on it. Like, why do you have this? But yeah, that's it, man. That's it. That was our it just a pencil box, though, a place to organize all your back to school items. So that's all.
Yeah. I think the one thing Papa Moon will probably have questions about is how Elmer's glue, the original, kind of got left out a little bit here. But of course, hey, there's five items. It's a top 5 list. If we had a top 7, maybe the Elmer's glue makes the list. I mean,
yeah. When we move on to if it's Tuesday top 8.5, we'll get it in there. Whatever. That creates more work, and it's a longer list. So yeah.
Don't know how we're gonna fit a half in, but
I'm not sure. I don't really know why I said a half. I don't know.
8.5.
Yeah, 8.5.
Coming in at 8.5. It's not 9, but it's
8. 0.5 is the honorable mention. By the way, I love so this is my favorite part of new school supplies, new backpack, whatever. If you got to get one of those, my son didn't want a new one this year. He got a Spider-Man backpack. He's like, I'm gonna roll with that one again. I said, cool.
Heck yeah,
save us like $40-$50, right? So my favorite part is when you put everything in and your kids look at you and they're putting things away, and they're like, okay, I'm gonna be like so much more organized this year. They're not. It's not going to happen. Maybe for the first 2 days, but then it all falls by the wayside after that. But that's okay. That's okay. So hopefully, if you've got kids, if you're watching, I don't know if they're back to school yet, or if they go back to school tomorrow as well, or maybe they start next week. If they're really lucky, hopefully you feel prepared. I feel like I'm going to miss my kids. I told you, Eli, it's going to be tough, man. Like I know a lot of people are excited to see the kids go back to school, but man, I've been hanging out with them all summer, and we've been making random trips during the day. And I know there's going to be that time where I'm like, where are the kids? Like where I have to go to the store. Where are they? Oh, they're at school. That's right. They're not here. So yeah, I'm gonna miss them, man. But they're gonna have a fun year. I'm excited for them, and I know they're excited. They were both looking forward to it, so that's a good thing.
Heck yeah. Well, I wish a happy first day of school to the Bryan household and the kiddos, and hopefully, I'll check on you and do an emotional check-in to make sure you're doing all right from time to time, of course, as well. But yeah, happy first day of school tomorrow for all the parents that are celebrating or emotional about it, or all the feels. Uncle E is going to get ready. Yeah, I'm going to get ready because my nephew is going to preschool here, I believe next week. It may be this week sometime. I got to check in with my sister. But yeah, Uncle E is like, I keep calling myself Uncle E. That's what my nephew needs to call me. I'm like, my nephew is going to preschool? I remember when we were celebrating his first birthday. Oh, I'm going to start crying. Now I'm going to start crying.
I know it's tough, man. It's tough.
My goodness. Oh, my goodness. All right. Chad Bryan, you are doing a great job, man. Don't worry. Everybody here with us tonight and all throughout the summer has kept us company. They're going to keep us company in the evening. So we at least got that going for us.
There you go.
And I think it'll be a successful school year. And we got a lot, of course, to talk about the rest of the week. But that is our time. That is our time. We're going to switch the studios here. See, I don't got the rent money. I know you probably just spend a ton of money on. Yeah, you spend a lot of money on back to school items. I know we ain't got it. We ain't got it like that right now. But
they're gonna be gone for Halloween. We talked about it. They're gonna be gone.
Yeah, you're damn right. All right, that's gonna do it for us. We hope you enjoyed. Of course, as always, we're back tomorrow at 10 p.m. for Wednesday. Of course, way back Wednesday. So make sure you set your calendar to August 19th with all of us tomorrow, and then we're all gonna go back in time. Well, Chad will, and then he'll bring it back. I don't do that.
I'll take the brunt of it. It's okay. Yeah.
August 19th. What happened on that date in history? Chad will find out. We'll send him in the time machine tomorrow, way back Wednesday, and a whole lot more to discuss. A lot of great stuff as we continue to get into football season. We'll have more programming announcements. We'll have a lot of exciting stuff to share, and we're excited to share that with all of you. So thank you for your support. Of course, make sure you like, subscribe, follow at Inside Edge Net on all the socials. Check out the website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Go download the Inside Edge Network app on Roku, and then you're covered. How about that? And make sure you grab something nice from the merchandise store because you deserve it. All right. For Chad Bryan, am I right? You're right. Everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. This has been Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. You're going to hear the station identification just once this time. We've been double IDing you every now and then. You're going to hear the ID just once. And, of course, you'll hear from our program director, our bro. It's time for Midnight Run with Anthony Alford right after station identification.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
Back to school, I'm kidding. Welcome to Midnight Run here on the Inside Edge Network. It is great to have you along. My name's Anthony Alford. Welcome on in. My producer's Eli Moon. You'll hear from him throughout this program from time to time. But we are so happy to have you guys along here on the network, watching us live on our Twitter feed and YouTube at Inside Edge Net. Remember, not just to watch us each and every single night, in which we appreciate, but like and subscribe and follow our pages at Inside Edge Net across all of our social media platforms. Do remember our night stream every single weeknight starts at 8 o'clock with the Daily Spiral, rolls all the way through Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, Inside Edge Primetime, Eli Moon and Chad Bryant. And then my show, Midnight Run, goes straight through. It's one stream live every Monday through Friday right here on the YouTube and X/Twitter page at Inside Edge Net. Also, our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. We did some updates tonight on the website. If you go to the partners page, you will see information on the Brothers Lounge, and you'll also see information on Keon Sports. So two of our many phenomenal partners, of course, the Brothers Lounge, which we'll tell you more about throughout the program. A lot of big news to come that will soon be announced publicly here on the network about the Brothers Lounge. Eli and I will bring that news to you in the coming days or so. So it'll happen soon. Very, very, very soon. It's about this close to being rolled out. So we'll let you know the details when the time comes. But always good time to check out the Brothers Lounge, and we'll talk more about them a little bit later on. Also, if you know one of these bad boys, this is a Roku remote. You know this remote. You know this remote. So come on now. You hit that home button, you hit that down button, or whatever you may be. You'll find a search. Type in Inside Edge Network. You type that in, you get our shows live and direct to you. And what's cool about it, too, you get this night stream every single weeknight, 8 o'clock to 1 p.m. here, or 1 a.m. in the East. We also replay the night stream every afternoon starting at 1 p.m. So if you miss any one of these shows, you can watch on demand or out during your afternoon drive, your work, flip back over and watch or listen, and you'll be in good shape. Real quick, before we get to the football stuff, we got some good baseball news to get to you. First off, the Cleveland Guardians. I know, listen, folks, it's not 100% true that when I come on the air, it's doom and gloom for the Guardians. It's 95% true. But no, but the other 5%, listen, Joe Adell, congrats. Career high, 6 RBIs. He had a towering 455 home run blast. Almost hit the scoreboard. Guardians a winner today over the San Francisco Giants, 8-1. And, you know, basically the Guardians' hopes in making the playoffs before, it's, you know, this is the playoff hopes right now. But technically, they don't face a winning team again until September 14th. Okay. I know. Listen, folks. I know it's one day. It's one game. It's one game. It's one game. I get excited. I'm telling. I get excited. I get excited when Joe Adell, 6 RBIs. Also, Jose Ramirez also had 3 hits. They both had 3 hits apiece. I don't do it again tomorrow. That's where I'm at. Do it again tomorrow. But I know it's a little tough to get overly excited when you can't beat any contenders. But maybe, I mean, the whole point of sports, you're supposed to beat up on teams that you have no business losing to. You're supposed to. But that's a beautiful thing. 8-1, the Guardians, a winner. And technically, because the American League overall is just a pile of hot trash, the Guardians are only a game back from a wild card spot. That's the craziest thing right now. What's going on with the American League? That third wild card spot, maybe even the second wild card spot, is going to be held by a team that's probably going to finish under 500 or right at 500. Call me crazy. I mean, if you've watched my show, I don't think August 18th, 2026 is probably the first time you've called me crazy, but call me crazy. Meanwhile, the Los Angeles Dodgers, they might be in that third spot in the National League. And in the National League, you do not, I heard Buster Olney talk about this, you do not want to be in that third spot in the National League, because then you're in the wild card round, and in the National League, you don't want that smoke. You don't want extra smoke. You want to get in that division series, go from there. If you know, the baseball wild card, man, baseball is compelling in certain ways. That wild card, man, and I know we're going to get more into it, as we get closer to the playoffs. Hopefully the Guardians are a part of that conversation. We'll still talk about it if they're not in the conversation. But that wild card round is the scariest round in sports. Maybe this side of the Stanley Cup playoffs, because you just it's a best of three. One bad day, you're down in the series, you're facing elimination. A second bad day, you could have the greatest season in the world and you're done. That's the craziness of the best of three wild card. But I will take a best of three wild card over a one-game wild card, which was the format for many years. I like 2013, because I just thought about this. 2013, Cleveland Indians, we're back in the playoffs. I believe that was our first time since 2007. We get back in the playoffs. And it's great. We've worked our way through. Remember Jason Giambi? That crazy grand slam. Like, we're feeling high. One game later, our season's done. It was like 162 games, and then this. So I'll at least take a best of three at one site. Stakes are high. I'll take that over that. But we got time to talk about that. But again, congratulations to the Guardians, a winner, 8-1. Joe Adell, who, by the way, I wrote this down here, came into today's game batting, had a 167 batting average coming into today's game since the trade deadline. He was 7 of 42 before tonight's game. Eli, I want to get your reaction to another baseball score.
Oh, no.
First off, your quick thoughts on the Guardians winning 8-1.
Well, it's good. Hey, the season still got some juice in it, AA. You said it. They need to take advantage of this right now. You got the Giants, you got the Rockies, you got the Angels. You got some teams coming up right now that they could really take advantage in terms of getting back in the win column and stringing together some victories, because you mentioned it there. You have the Rangers right there that are hanging around in that third wild card slot right now, and they're not necessarily promising. There's a Rangers team that didn't know if they were going to necessarily trade off at Jacob deGrom or not, and if they had their way, Jacob deGrom would be in Atlanta right now. deGrom blocked, his no trade clause. He blocked it from Atlanta. So the Rangers, for a moment in time at the deadline, were believing, hey, maybe we do sell off some of these guys. So that's a team that kind of was dipping their toe halfway in, and that's the one thing you can say about the Guardians this year, is they were aggressive at the deadline. They at least are going for a playoff spot. They didn't just go, we'll see what we can do with what we got right now. It's not a go for broke. They view it as a go for broke year with the lockout maybe impending, so I feel a little better. But if we come back on the airways tomorrow and we get belt to ass and it's 5-1, I'm not going to feel too good about it.
Right, exactly. I'm like, it's just one day. All right, Eli, stay on the screen real quick because I need you to react to another score.
Okay, I got you.
This happened tonight.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
For those listening, the Milwaukee Brewers defeated the Seattle Mariners 22-0. It is tied for the largest shutout in baseball history. Major League Baseball history.
You got to pass the sticks. Like, this is the definition of pass the sticks. Like, you got 21 up. I mean, that's what it is. And Seattle's had a rough year, AA. Just kind of giving a little analysis for those that maybe haven't been following the Mariners. Cal Raleigh, and I give credit to Chad Bryan. I always joke the better half of Inside Edge Primetime, of course, and everybody's favorite host of the show. But, of course, he has a ton of baseball knowledge, and we discussed about the Mariners.
I told you, Eli, do not read those surveys that we received. Don't
I know. I try not to, but Chaz is doing such a great job. But he brought up about Cal Raleigh at the beginning of the year. We actually made some bold predictions. His bold prediction was Cal Raleigh will have a regression to the means. Like he will regress to the means, and he's been pretty bad this year, AA. I mean, he has not been a power bat. He's not even been batting for average kind of guy. It's been really disappointing. He said it himself. It's been a disappointing year, and it's been a bit disappointing year for the Mariners. You think of Josh Naylor getting into all this BS, here in Cleveland with the stuff going on, during the game here and everywhere else. And then the stuff's, kind of stemming off the field for Josh Naylor, stuff coming out about his character. It just hasn't been a strong year for the Mariners, who, keep in mind, also have moved off of some key pieces on this pitching rotation. So Seattle is in a weird spot. I think they're pretty much toast when it comes to any playoff hopes, and this might have been like the true morale killer or unaliver. Like this is a Brewers team that, yes, we brought it up. They can't necessarily beat the Dodgers to this point. We haven't seen it, but they have Jacob Mizorowski. They have a true ace now in Milwaukee, a guy that can go out there and give you maybe 2 starts and a quick turnaround in a 5-game series against LA. So I'm curious how that would look, but I don't know, man. I mean, good for the Brewers tonight. I just want to see, for me as a baseball fan, I want to see what the Brewers look like in postseason. The Brewers, the best example I can give, and one more reaction to this. Holy smokes, they got their ass whooped today, Seattle.
Yeah, they did.
But Milwaukee.
It was real quick. It was, let's see what it broke. It was 9-0 to 6.
Yeah.
And then I'm trying to see the big inning. Oh, Milwaukee had 9 runs in the 8th inning.
Yeah, I mean, they doubled their production. That's crazy, man. I mean, and for Milwaukee, I think the best comparison I can give, and I'm going to hand it back to you and disappear into the behind the scenes.
I have another question about Milwaukee after this stuff for you.
Okay.
Go ahead, though.
All right, I'll stay a little bit longer. For Milwaukee, I believe they're like the Washington Capitals. The Capitals, and I kind of mentioned about this, I think, a few weeks ago on Main Event even. The Capitals were winning the President's Cup. They were the best regular season team year in and year out for a good stretch. And they were always in contention of that with Alexander Ovechkin and those guys there, obviously, just TJ Oshie. Those guys, they were very good players, but they could never get over the hump till they finally did. And it was when, ironically enough, they didn't have one of their best regular seasons. So I don't know if that's going to need to be the case for the Brewers. I'm not saying play worse baseball in the regular season, but you wonder in a baseball world where baseball is a marathon, it's 162 games, and then you could play another 10, 15 games in the postseason. I wonder if the Brewers just run out of gas, and I'm hoping that's not the case. Obviously, we're not necessarily rooting against the Dodgers, but we're not rooting for the Dodgers. So I'd like to see if the Brewers could maybe, with an ace in Mizorowski, Yelich obviously still there rocking and rolling. They have a bunch of young stars in Milwaukee. I wonder if this is kind of that momentum builder going into the last month where they're like, this is what we're capable of, and this is what we can provide offensively. And it does make me feel good in terms of if I'm watching for a National League team to beat the Dodgers, this could be a team that could do it because of how sound they are offensively right now.
Okay, so I have one quick Milwaukee question for you, a Brewers question for you.
Okay.
I've been holding on to this for about 3 weeks.
Holy smokes, okay.
I'm at the gym 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And PTI is on, it's on.
Yeah.
And I see on the rundown, like the second story, The Miz is on fire.
And
yeah. I'm thinking, I'm like, The Miz hasn't been on television in like 6 months. What do you mean he's on fire? What is he doing?
Right.
And I was curious. So like, okay, all right, I'm going to stay on this machine a little bit longer. And let me see what they're talking about, The Miz. And they bring him up. They're talking about this kid from Milwaukee. So my question, who is the real Miz?
It's Mike the Miz Mizanin. Let's be very clear. As Clevelanders, and I know people are going to, he's from Parma. Okay, I get it. But if you go outside and you go to Florida or something, you're not going to be like, I'm from Parma. You're going to say, I'm from Cleveland. Let's just be real. So he is as close to Cleveland as you can be. His family has multiple establishments in the city. So we're going to rep with, at least I'm going to rep with our Cleveland guy, which is the Miz, Mike Mizanin, who, Normandy alum and a guy that made his way to the WWE. Not to say that Jacob Mizorowski's not incredible, but that name's already been taken, man. That would be like somebody coming in. I'm trying to think, like, it'd be like, okay, we have LeBron James, the king. And it'd be like if Victor Wembanyama came in 20 years later, basically, and said, I'm the king. I'm Victor the King Wembanyama. You can't do that.
Can't
like,
do
I know
that.
that it's the same sport. I get it, but you just can't do that. And the one thing about Mizorowski on a serious note, too, AA, I'm curious what his long-term looks like for the Brewers. We talk all the time about the ending of control pitchers for the most part. Mizorowski is literally the definition of blow it by you. 105 miles per hour. I'm wondering where his velocity looks like. We've done some research on Primetime earlier this year about Paul Skeens and his velocity going down. You wonder about that. But to bring it back to your original question, there ain't no doubt in my mind. It's Mike the Miz Mizanin, and then it's Jacob Mizorowski. Maybe you can call him the Rowski. I don't know.
When I tell you, when they brought up his name on PTI and I figured out they were not talking about the wrestler, I was so disappointed. Even though that day, I think he had like one of his career performances for Milwaukee.
Yeah, and you know what? They actually, I don't know if you caught this, but on Pat McAfee show.
I did watch this.
Okay,
yes.
yeah, they've ran into each other, so they've had somewhat of a battle. And you know, if Miz needs some people to defend him, you know, he can come here on the Inside Edge Network if the Miz is listening. The real Miz, Mike the Miz Mizanin. And we love to talk with him and help him make his case of why he's put in over 20 years in the WWE and has been the Miz. It wasn't like he went through a rebrand.
In real world.
Yes.
In the real world.
Yes.
In rules. All those reality shows.
Yes.
He did all that.
Yes. Well, you know what we're calling the guy from Milwaukee now? Jacob. Did you see Jacob on the mound today?
You know what? Even if he wins the World Series, he's still Jacob.
He's
and
Jacob.
That's okay. You'll be the best Jacob, one of the best Jacobs, period. But on this network, and at least in these time slots, when we say Miz, there's only one person we're talking about, and he does not play for the Milwaukee Brewers.
And you know what, AA? I'd say, and I think the real Miz would agree, that's awesome.
When we come back, that was some fun baseball talk. I do want to pin for either later this week or next week. Would you feel better about the health of baseball if two small market teams made the World Series? So instead of Yankees Dodgers, what if in the World Series it was the Milwaukee Brewers and Tampa Bay Rays? Or let's just be selfish, Milwaukee versus Cleveland. We'll take that too. Would you feel better about the health of baseball? We'll pin that for either tomorrow or Thursday. Up next, Browns camp continues. My question, I have a two-pronged question here. Shedeur Sanders, do you feel like he's getting a fair stake in earning the starting job for the Cleveland Browns or no? But we'll leave when we come back. Do you trust Todd Monken? Where's your trust level with the head coach of the Cleveland Browns and Todd Monken as we are navigating through his first training camp as head coach of the Cleveland Browns? We are just a day or so away from the Browns joint practice with the Buffalo Bills. Speaking of joints, we got a Coke bust to talk about as well later in the show. We're going to use a report from ABC News. That's right, folks. We're going to talk news. We're going to talk cocaine when we come back after the break.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Imported coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whew, what a show today, guys. We talked about a lot of news, everything from the craziness coming out of the city and the county of Lorain involving a former pair of students that passed away, to a change of start time, to just the craziness involving the Cleveland RTA and their COO being found dead in Virginia. Just so much going on in the news world today. If you missed the show, make sure you check it back out when the stream is over this evening, or of course, as you get moving through the day on your Wednesday. Tomorrow, a big show. Wednesday, a huge show. That's right. House Bill 615. We'll talk about what that could mean. Plus, as we mentioned, all the latest news, talk, sports. And don't forget, end of the show, viral video of the night. Don't want to miss it. Right here, unfiltered, 9 p.m. on the Inside Edge Network. I will see you right after the Daily Spiral.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
You know, I don't know if we live up to the billing night in and night out of unhinged sports talk. I know we connect at an hour where you need us most, but unhinged. But let's try it tonight. Maybe, later on tonight, we're going to talk about a coke bust. And then we got Scott Steiner's son trying out for WWE at camp. We're gonna give it a shot. We're gonna give Unhinged a run for its money here tonight, folks. All right, welcome back. This is Midnight Run here on the Inside Edge Network. I want to remind you guys too. I know for the last, how long has this show been on the air? 6 months. Give or take 6 months. For the last 6 months, we've come on the air at midnight. We've come on the air. Just want to, again, remind everyone, the last couple weeks, our show now starts at 11:30 p.m. Eastern time. It's now 90 minutes. So 90 minutes of unhinged sports talk as we gear into football season. We got a ton of other things to get to. A lot at stake. And again, we're on at 11:30. So if you've been flipping on at midnight and you're like, wait a minute, did I miss something? Yes. Like Ice Cube. Yes, you did. Missed the previous 4 hours of our stream. It's fantastic. It's been great. Record viewership yesterday. I want to thank everybody for tuning in and, grassroots. We keep that going here on the Inside Edge Network. Mina Kimes was on ESPN. I said that like it was a special. She works there. She had this to say about the Cleveland Browns in the current quarterback situation.
I felt like with Sean Watson, the operation looked cleaner, not willing to push the ball down the field. With Shador, he was willing to push it all out on the field early on. The operation was flawed. And the net result is I don't really think you're going to get, top-end average quarterback play from either over the course of the season. But I will say this. These young Browns skill players are fun. They are ahead of schedule in the rebuild of everything around the quarterback. Obviously, Judkins and Fannin were excellent last season. Casey Concepcion was my number one takeaway from this game. So much juice with the ball in his hands. Yeah. By the way, speaking of hands, made a tough catch. Contact balance reminded me of Jalen Waddle, who I compared him to in the pre-draft process. This has the opportunity to be a really talented young core. They really are a quarterback away. I feel that way.
So and that's courtesy of the mothership ESPN, Mina Kimes. And I know Browns fans, we've been a quarterback away since 1989. I understand. I get it. Listen, though, in this case, they might be legitimately a quarterback away. But I got a couple questions for you. Let's start with Todd Monken. Do you trust Todd Monken right now? We've talked about how Todd Monken has handled this quarterback competition since it started, and I've mentioned several times coming into camp, he was hired primarily because he presented a plan for Deshaun Watson. Now, that does not solely mean that he is here to be the head coach solely for Deshaun Watson. That's not true, and that's not it. It's clear that when you listen to Todd Monken talk, when you listen to him explain, and I like the fact, and I'll say this real quick, when you listen to Todd Monken talk, it's clear that he has respect for Deshaun Watson and Shador Sanders' ability. Just because his camp is not going at the highest of high levels that we would like it to be, Shador's not having a terrible camp. Like, there's respect there. And Todd Monken has expressed that. Right now, my answer to this question, do you trust Todd Monken right now? At this moment, yes. I can't say absolutely because the last 3,000 coaches we've had here have not all worked out. So, it's the Cleveland Browns. Take everything with a grain of salt. But I like the fact that in a way, I call Todd Monken the ultimate Cleveland politician. And I actually mean that in a good way. Todd Monken is in a tough space right now where I think he has to navigate certain evils while he's trying to do the number one thing, which is put out a winning product and coach up a winning product. I think if Todd Monken had his way, after, if media wasn't involved and, day-to-day QB trackers were not involved and things like that, I do think perhaps he and the offensive coaching staff, they would have handed the keys to Deshaun Watson at this point, perhaps. But he's navigating a creative quarterback competition where, all right, I'm going to say, hey, both quarterbacks are going to have equal opportunity, equal chance, things like that. Even though what we pointed out yesterday, yeah, you could, sure, on the surface level, that's true, except Deshaun Watson is getting first team reps on a day where you're in full pads. Deshaun Watson is leading first team reps at the joint practices, even though Tom Monken did lay out on his coach's show on 92.3 The Fan here locally, and the Browns radio network locally, that there is an equal plan for Deshaun, Shador, a little bit for Dylan, and he laid out also the rest of the offense too. The one thing I respect more than anything else, though, I know he had the one incident about, he said one thing to the media about, Shador taking the one reps a couple Saturdays ago and then ended up being Deshaun. I do like that he is way more open to us. He is letting us in on plans than way more than Kevin Stefanski, right? Like way more. Like bringing in Tom Monken he's a polar opposite of Kevin Stefanski. With Tom Monken, at least, I like the fact that at least we can follow along his plan. We know his plan. We know what he's trying to do and where he wants to go with this team. We can criticize, and I can criticize Deshaun Watson because I still see major red flags. But I do appreciate the fact, if Tom Monken's number one priority out of this camp is to build up Deshaun Watson's confidence, he's kind of doing just that. With that conservative game plan from last week, having Watson, drawing up plays where he is completing high percentage passes, screens, things like that. Again, building confidence. And ultimately, as we explore year 5 of this Watson contract, him being rebuilt between the years, that's the job of the head coach. Whether we like Deshaun Watson or not, the job of the head coach is to empower his players. And he is doing that. I'd also like today, the major incident from today's practice, defense was a little bit too aggressive. And I know some people are like, wait a minute, isn't this what you want? You don't want injuries at camp. So Monken ended practice early. We had a player tap Shador Sanders in a rush, and then somebody flat out tackled Quinshon Junkins, and it's like we can't do that. And part of that is discipline and establishing a culture and things like that. And listen, when something is up, what I do appreciate about Tom Monken compared to his predecessor, if there's something he doesn't like, he's going to tell it to you up front. At least here early. Things could change, but at least here early, he's going to let you know up front, hey, we need to fix all this stuff. We need to... No. We don't do that crap here. Compared to Kevin Stefanski, who would have, we'll work on it internally. Meanwhile, for the past 6 years, you were top 5 in pre-snap penalties as a team. So what were you working on? Or you were just pushing it under the rug? So I do appreciate the fact that I'm going to trust Tom Monken in the process, that there is a process that, he's, as I say sometimes, even if we want to pull the switch, sometimes let the process play out. We know we're going to see Green in the third preseason game next week. So I expect, unless Shedeur wows us on Saturday, he has to wow us on Saturday. Unless that happens, I think probably Monday we're going to get word on probably Deshaun Watson becoming the official starter for the Browns. I do expect that. Speaking of Shedeur, do you feel like this quarterback competition has been fair to Shedeur Sanders? Because you could argue with Shedeur that even though reps are being split, look at what's happening with the tracker. Actually, let's pull up the QB tracker if we can. We have it up here, again, courtesy of ESPN Cleveland. There it is today. And we are noticing a trend that on days when Shedeur Sanders works with the ones, Dylan Gabriel does not get as many reps working with the twos. Deshaun Watson, as you see there, Watson was the Watson was the one today. That was Watson's numbers there listed. Watson should be at the top of this list, but they probably just copy and paste. But Watson up there, 16 of 25. Gabriel got his reps in. When Deshaun Watson is working with the twos and Shedeur is working with the ones, Gabriel barely gets reps. He barely gets it. We could take the tracker down, Eli. Thank you very much for that. But let me look here on the side here real quick and see, because we are finding out what's going on in terms of trends and what's happening in terms of reps and things like that. My point is this. I'm kind of breezing through here on the side here. Oh, yeah. Yesterday, I just want proof here. Yesterday, when Deshaun Watson was the number 2, Monday, Deshaun Watson was the number 2, Shedeur was the number 1. Dylan Gabriel only had 2 pass attempts. Today, or Tuesday, he had 8 pass attempts, and that's reps. Probably even more reps than that. So we see what's coming. On one hand, I would say, first off, we thought Shedeur Sanders was going to lose the job flat out when Mary Kay Cabot had the report back in, May, early June, that, doing OTAs, that this was Deshaun Watson's job. They should name him the starter right then and there. And Shedeur closed the gap, to his credit. He did close the gap. But the problem is, until Shedeur Sanders corrects that, that irresponsible turnover that he's bound to have, it's a problem. And again, this is a QB battle where nobody is emerging. So I can't definitively say Shedeur is getting better, or Shedeur is outshining Deshaun. Deshaun is outshining Shedeur. But when that happens, the favor goes to the vet, the guy you're paying $230 million to. It's just the way it is. So I think he's had a fair opportunity. Now, in this question, if you took out the word opportunity and you just asked, has this been a fair competition for Shedeur Sanders? I think that answer is no, because I think the way that they're structuring the practices, again, the practice plan this week, Shedeur is not in position to truly win the job. Even Saturday coming up, the way things are laid out with joint practices, if Cleveland and Buffalo, if they both beat each other up on Thursday and Friday, you're not going to see that many ones on Saturday. So Shedeur Sanders, with a offensive line that doesn't have that much depth, Shedeur Sanders is not going to he's not going to have the same toys, I guess, to utilize. But that's what happens when you're the backup. You have to realize these things and overcome. But it's clear and obvious. And this is the beauty of sports. This is the beauty of all of it. You're going to have joint practice on Thursday and Friday. Shedeur has one thing to his advantage. He still has the home crowd on Saturday. If Shedeur Sanders, I'm laying it out for you right now. Here's what Shedeur Sanders needs to do on Saturday. He's in front of the home crowd. Shedeur Sanders needs to lead an efficient drive down the field. I don't think Shedeur Sanders is going to have that same conservative game plan that Watson had. Can you imagine the scene at Cleveland Browns' first Huntington, whatever they call it now, stadium? Can you imagine the scene if Shedeur Sanders can lead the Browns to a touchdown drive? He throws the touchdown in front of the home fans here in Cleveland. I'm just setting the stage. If that happens, that's what Shedeur needs. Honestly, to be blunt, Shedeur needs, because he's going to get the whole first half, he needs at least two touchdowns on Saturday. Shedeur Sanders has to wow the coaching staff and wow the fans. Shedeur Sanders has to do more so that this quarterback battle can go into a third week of the preseason. If he does not do that, Watson will be your starter. He'll be named your starter on Monday and Tuesday. And then you get into the questions that Eli posed. Shedeur Sanders, what's his future, things like that. I would like to believe that there is a plan for Shedeur Sanders to still be that backup, because in my personal opinion, Shedeur Sanders is this. I have not moved off of this. Even if Shedeur Sanders has shown that he's not ready to play right now, it doesn't mean that he can't play in the NFL. He can still play. But there are some things that he has to clean up, and that's okay. This is year 2 of Shedeur Sanders. Year 2, I hate tossing out the fact that he's a 5th-round draft pick. I know technically that's true, but he was a first-round talent. So that's where things get murky with that. But it is year 2. He has to show that he's consistent with it. So I think that's where you're at right now with Shedeur. Shedeur Sanders, Wednesday, we'll get another opportunity with the ones, although it'll just be in shoulder pads and shorts. But he will get that opportunity, and he's going to get some opportunities with the joint practices. I know tomorrow and Thursday, we'll talk about like the impact of joint practices and stuff. Like, is it more important in terms of evaluation to have joint practice or the preseason games? I like that Todd Monken basically said, look, if everybody played in the preseason, it'll be the preseason. It'll be obvious. Speaking of practice, let's play the clip for you right now before we go to break. You want to know what's going down with the Saints and Cowboys? Want to know what's happening? The Saints and Cowboys. You see, as one of the hosts of the Side Hustle Wrestling podcast here on the Inside Edge Network, myself and Kyle Cornell, I always love when an element of pro wrestling crosses over into professional sport of any kind. But this one hits close to home. Like, really close to home. We'll play the clip for you going into break, and then when we come back, we'll talk about said clip involving the son of Scott Steiner and the cousin of Braun Breaker.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Sportsmemorabilia.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
All right, we got so much more to do here on Midnight Run as we take you to the top of the hour. Coming up in just a little bit, Tom Brady says we need quarterbacks to play in the preseason. Well, we have the list of QB1s across the NFL that did not play a single snap, take a single snap in a preseason game. We'll share with you coming up in a few moments. We'll see how they did. A lot of big names on that particular list in 2025, but Tom Brady's like, oh, I'm Mr. Football. Shoot, he is. You need to play. He did. So we did have that. We got that coming up. Also, Penn State, cocaine. Why does Penn State always get into this kind of stuff? Why Penn State? Why does this always happen to Penn State? who, by the way, Penn State, I saw today on ESPN, was a bit of a sleeper to contend in the Big Ten. I believe they have the easiest strength of schedule in the Big Ten, Penn State. Just be mindful. Just be mindful of that. And then we got smash and pat. Smash or pass. I'm sorry, I'm thinking about yesterday. Everybody eat. Everybody eat. All the homies eat. Yes. But smash or pass coming up. And then also, I do want to get to our back to school week here on Midnight Run. I love Chad, our own Chad Bryan's talking about, back to school jitters and stuff like that. But I got a question for you guys. Which camp is tougher? Football camp or band camp? Oh, yeah, we're going to get into that in just a little bit. But first, if you missed it, we'll play it for you again, I believe, courtesy of the Saints and the Cowboys. You'll see them get into a bit of a fight. And then you're going to see, I got to say his real name here for a second, Brock Rocksteiner. You know him as Scott Steiner's son. And you also know him as Braun Breaker's cousin. He got a little bit of activity down at the Saints-Cowboys practice earlier today. Let's take a look at that footage. Real quick, I want to give credit to the person who shot that video, Nick Underhill. He's the founder, reporter, and host of New Orleans.football at NOF Network. So Nick Underhill with that video there. He did his job. First off, folks, he did his job. When you're recording a fight, I don't need no commentary from you. I don't need the camera shaking like, oh, I don't know what's going. I don't need all that. Get the action. Shut the hell up. That's all I need. Okay. I saw a video Eli. I saw a video the other day. There was a fight at a gas station. Oh man, this is bad. This is bad stuff. And then the cameraman was shooting their car seat. What are you doing? Action's up there. Not out to the side. I don't know what we're doing. So be better. Be better with that. But we are going to hear right now. I'm going to share my screen real quick. If you want to hear what Brock Rocksteiner, what he sounds like, let me share here real quick on the public Facebook. So take a look here. I'll put it in full. Here's who he would draft on a WWE team. Take a look. Or before we play it, I'm going to unmute the video because I'm an amateur. Let's try this again.
Obviously, number one, Braun Breaker, best spirit in the business. My number two would have to be Roman Reigns. He's all ACC defensive tackle. And then my number three, I have to go Randy Orton. He's my favorite growing up. He's also a big dude, like 6'5", 290. So I have to go with those three.
So the question was if you could draft 3 current WWE superstars to be your NFL teammates. So that's what it was. So, man, does he look like he's already signed to an NIL deal with WWE? He signed it back in 2025, last year. So he has an NIL deal ready to go with WWE. Doesn't he look like a WWE superstar? Like he's built. Like, want to talk about what's going on with the bloodline. That bloodline. Legacy. Could have something brewing there down there with the Steiners. Now, what's going to happen if you have to? They're going to make him rename himself because that's WWE. That's what they do. He's going to be, I don't know, Butter McFarlane or something like that instead of, whatever. That's going to be his name. Watch. And if it is Butter McFarlane, I'm copywriting that. That's my idea. Don't steal that from me. WWE champion Butter McFarlane. Yeah. I spear people. Come on now. What are we doing? All right, Tom Brady. We're going to talk Penn State and cult busting just a little bit. Tom Brady had this to say on social media. Preseason, regular season, I never wanted to be taken off the field. Practice makes perfect. Too many people looking for easy ways out these days. When you're a football player and it's football season, your job is to play football. If this quote came from anybody else, we would say chill. It's Tom Brady. It's Tom Brady. 7 Super Bowl championship wins, 10 Super Bowl appearances overall. Obviously a goat. You're a goat, like goat. I don't know if he attended the Hall of Fame ceremony this year, but last year, it was either last year or 2 years ago. Everybody else is getting inducted. You have the class, and you have Hall of Famers, those in gold jackets, surrounding Tom Brady. You want to talk about like epic proportions. That's it right there, folks. That is it. But I want to show you guys. So taking that into account, why are you playing in the preseason and things like that? So here are the quarterbacks. These are QB1s. The names of guys who did not take a snap in the preseason. And those are pretty big names. Jalen Hurts, Lamar Jackson, Aaron Rodgers, Josh Allen, Jared Goff, Dak Prescott, Baker Mayfield, Michael Penix Jr., and Matthew Stafford. Now, remember, all of this whole, protect quarterbacks at all costs, it started with Sean McVay years ago. It was amplified because we have gone from 4 preseason games to 3. And it's a little bit more tricky these days to find a way to mutually agree to which week you're going to play your starters. Even this week here in Cleveland with the Browns and Bills, you're going to have your joint practice Thursday and Friday, and then the game on Saturday. You're going to get more work in Thursday and Friday than you would on Saturday. But let's look at these quarterbacks and see. Here's my thing. I think now with the 17-game regular season schedule, the 18-week season, I think the way you look at it, these particular quarterbacks, except for Penix, these are all veteran quarterbacks. All of them, right? So, except for Michael Penix. So, veteran quarterback and veteran position players, but especially veteran quarterbacks, are less likely to start slow in seasons, right? They just are. Heck, not even to go to QB route, but Aaron Donald, we know he's ready to go for the Rams. It's just convenient that he's a little busy, but for all intents and purposes, he's ready to go for the Los Angeles Rams. Or the assumption is there. I guess the only thing is the way that we move in today's football. Could you say any of these quarterbacks that we have here listed would have had a better season if they had preseason snaps, maybe make a case for Jalen Hurts. I really can't. By the way, the Jalen Hurts stuff is weird right now with Jalen Hurts versus the Philadelphia Eagles social media team is one of the weirdest stories in all of preseason. They show him the other day throwing a pick, throwing an interception from the team account. It's strange to me. And then earlier on Tuesday, we see footage, very, very cool footage of Jalen Hurts with his GoPro and first-person footage of him going through reads and then throwing a touchdown. It's actually pretty cool because you see it happening quick. But in today's NFL, listen, I don't think we don't even have a uniform way to approach preseason. I think that's the bigger problem. Like when it was 4 weeks, you knew week 1, most of your ones were not going to play in the preseason, or if they did play in the preseason, I think in week 1, typically you dressed and you played the first series, and then that's it. Week 2, your starters played either most of the first half or all of the first half, and that was it. And in the third preseason game, your starters played 3 quarters. And in the fourth preseason game, none of the starters really played unless you were lacking depth with the offensive line, want to get a little extra work in, things like that. That's how it used to be. I don't think the coaching staffs across football has truly been able to, in uniform, navigate how to approach these preseason games. And you got to remember, I remember a family gathering, or not remember, but, this was talked about over the weekend. NFL used to have 5 preseason games. I remember talking with Greg Brenda once, and he shared with me the NFL used to have 6 preseason games. 6 What the hell? But the way it was back then, it did make sense. I know it seems crazy to us now. It seems crazy to anybody probably under the age of 50 that there used to be 6 preseason games. But I think we have to remember that back then, professional football players did not train year-round. In the winter, spring, and summer, they were working at your local grocery store. They were pumping gas for you. They were your mechanic. They were doing things around the community. They weren't in football athletic shape. So you needed camp plus those 6 weeks to have your football players back in shape. And then back then, the regular season was only, 13, 14 regular season games? The playoffs started. This is crazy. The playoffs started way back when, around Christmas. And then the Super Bowl was in mid-January. Now the Super Bowl's on Valentine's Day. Absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts. All right, one final break. When we come back, we got to talk about this unreal story out of Penn State. What is in the water at Penn State? We're going to get to that coming up. I can't believe it. I really cannot believe it. Also, our back-to-school week continues. I'll bring Eli in on this one. Football camp or panty camp? Which one? Don't write that question off. I don't want people who like sports, obviously, are tuning in like, the hell are you talking about, Double A? Of course, football. Don't write it off. If you've ever participated in a band camp, you'll show respect to this question. Coming up. And also smash your pass. One final segment. We take you to the top of the hour. This is Midnight Run. My name is Double A Anthony Alford. Glad to have you with us. This broadcast, all of our shows brought to you by the Brothers Lounge. You can see on the west side of Cleveland, your entertainment destination, concerts, shows, open mic night, drinks, food from Chef Lynn. It's all fantastic stuff. Things happening every single day at the Brothers Lounge. You get more details on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. But there is the address. Tap in, 11609 Detroit Avenue. On the GPS, just think of it, West 117th in Detroit. West side of Cleveland, that Cleveland-Lakewood border. It's right there off of the Interstate 90 exit. You get all of our shows, our network sponsor, the Brothers Lounge. Phenomenal. The staff, of course, Billy, he does a great job over there. And everything at the Brothers Lounge. All right, one more final segment. We're back right after this.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Imported coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Oh, hey, everyone. It's me, Autumn, here from the Daily Spiral, your main host from the center of the chaos. And all week, I have you covered. We will be covering Love Island USA, the Lindsay Clancy case, everything I missed on vacation, because as you guys know, I was on vacation for a week and a lot of crazy stuff happened. The Lakers getting sold, and maybe potentially could they move to Vegas? I don't know. We're gonna talk about it. D23 and all the Disney and Marvel news, and of course, I'm gonna give you my good spiral and bad spiral of the day. But we also have the Daily Spiral at a new time, 8 p.m. here on the Inside Edge Network. Please tune in to the Daily Spiral Monday through Friday, 8 p.m. to 9 p.m., and you won't regret it.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
All right, all week long here on Midnight Run, we're celebrating back to school. But before we get to our technical back to school element of the show, I guess this is included under the section of what not to do when you're attending classes, attending college. I can't believe I'm saying this for the first time ever here on Midnight Run. Penn State is in. They got it's a cult bus. It's craziness. We're going to run footage. David Muir of ABC News with the story.
Authorities say two young men, a Penn State grad and a former Penn State student, were the leaders of a cocaine ring for students. Authorities say they traveled to Philadelphia and New York City to get their cocaine haul. Here's Matt Rivers tonight.
Tonight, officials say you're looking at the faces of the two alleged ringleaders accused of running a major cocaine operation through multiple Penn State frat houses, allegedly making trips to New York City and Philadelphia to refill their supplies. Agostino Abatiello, a Penn State grad, turning himself in this morning. Police say he and former student Thomas Robinson brought in kilos of cocaine at a time in 2023 and 2024.
There was nothing junior or childlike about this type of conduct. This was an upper-level trafficking organization for this region in Pennsylvania.
Officials say Delta Upsilon and Sigma Chi frat houses, both off-campus, were used to package the drugs, part of what authorities called a hazing ritual.
In fact, we found a pattern of events that showed cutting and bagging cocaine was, for some pledges, an indoctrination into the Delta Upsilon and Sigma Chi fraternities.
13 current and former students charged in total, 5 with felony counts of corrupt organizations and conspiracy, the rest with misdemeanors. A 14th person, Pittsburgh-based attorney Paul Robinson, also charged with interfering with the investigation. He's the father of the other alleged leader, Thomas Robinson.
David, Penn State University saying in part that they are horrified by these accusations, adding, quote, criminal activity including hazing has no part at our institution. David?
Matt Rivers tonight. Thank you, Matt.
Matt Rivers with the story. Thank you. I know the story is completely effed up. It is. It's an effed up story. I've been waiting for like 7 months to use a story from a news channel on this show. We finally got it because it's beyond midnight. We talk about this. Here's This is obviously bad. It's crazy that weird stuff like this happens at Penn State. Although I think if you're Penn State, you would take this story over the actual, like, real tragedy of what happened all those years ago. But just be careful. That's really all it is. You've seen the reports here. PBS had here that the Penn State fraternity pledges were made to cut and package cocaine for a drug ring that was run out of 2 off-campus frat houses too. So, just trust the people you're around. That's really it. I'm not anti-frats. I'm not. I'm not in I've never joined a fraternity. I'm not anti-fraternity, but I'm more so of I've never been in a position to buy my way into a friendship. I'll just say that. That's something I'm not doing. I am not buying my way into a friendship. I want to, surround myself with people who accept me for me and things like that. And stuff, and it's tough throughout grade school and things like that, and even in college, it's tough because in college you're trying to find like-minded people, and you're told from somebody that you may trust for a day, hey, check this out. This is the cool place to be. And they make you, I'm not saying they make you do stuff like this, but you do it because of this. And now you got two young men who are in jail, and others who are in jail over something stupid. That's a tough, all kidding aside, that's a tough story right now. Cause a crazy mistake like that's on your record forever and all that stuff. Okay. On a much, 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 much lighter element here of back to school week. I've been thinking a lot about camp. Obviously, listen, the only people who enjoy practice of any kind are those who do not have to participate in practice. We talk about Browns training camp all the time, but practice sucks. There's nothing about, that's why we got fights with future WrestleMania main eventers who's, playing football right now. We're breaking down storylines. Practice sucks. There's no reason for training camp to be 6 or 7 weeks long. But there's something different about high school camp. And obviously there's football camp. But every person who has ever participated in marching band, and I did for 1 year. My freshman year, we were allowed to do both football and marching band. When you're in marching band, you're putting in that 9 to 5 during camp. You're putting that in. And you are sweating your behind off. And here's the truth. And people don't realize this because you might just laugh it off and that's it. You got to get if you're in a true marching band, you got to truly get your steps. It's not just, folks, I don't know, this camera ain't gonna illustrate it. It's not just a straight up, foot down and that's it. Knees up, down. Knees driving to the ground, your steps getting to your spots. With a big ass tuba on your shoulder. For some. People be acting like, oh, you ain't got nothing out there but the triangle. No. This ain't Christmas. This is hot summer, 90-something degrees. You're out there sweating bullets, melting, trying to memorize music. And that's the thing. I think, and let me bring in Eli for this because I think this is important here. I know with football, football, you got to be smart to play football. I'm talking any position on the field. Yeah. Smart to play football because you need to know plays, position and technique and things like that. But in marching band, you got to know. Obviously, you got to know the music, but you got to know your spots. Mm-hmm. You got to know the movements, and you need to have the endurance to hold up for long periods of time. And there might be cases where you're going to have to run on the field with a huge instrument on your shoulders.
Exactly. The strength you need for that AA. And, you think of running 100-yard sprints, but imagine that with a tuba. I mean, that's some tough stuff, man. And, you also have no in-ears. And for those that may not be familiar, in-ears are what a lot of mainstream concerts, mainstream artists at concerts wear, and even independent artists, here in Ohio and everywhere else, as we get into these larger venues, as you move along your music career, you get in-ears. So what happens is you get an in-ear, it plays music in your ear, you hear your backing track. So whatever you sent to the DJ or if whatever, you hear that, so you have a cue. These band members aren't getting that. They're not having in-ears in their ear like, oh, okay, I'm counting, and this is where I come in. No, like they are the soundtrack. Like they are creating that vibe, and they always do a different. I gotta be careful saying vibe. Otto might roast me tomorrow, but they create that vibe, and also, the big thing to keep in mind too is they are handling a lot of different sheet music from different songs that they change up because hey, this week we're doing. They do different themes in band. So they go, the marching band may do this week it's the 80s, this week it's paying tribute to Nirvana, just different things like that. And then, of course, you have the marching band song, the fight song for the school. There's a bunch of different stuff you have going on there. And that's why I believe it could be tougher to do band camp because you not only have to memorize your playbook, which is your sheet music, but you also have to go out there and endure heat just like the football camp. But you want to say, okay, well, pads and shells. Well, they're not always in pads and shells in football camp, but what they always are in marching band is their uniform typically. Now, there are days where they're in the shorts and shirts, but they have those dress days as well, and they're wearing, a heavy instrument. I played bass drum when I was in 8th grade, so I didn't do it in high school at all, but I did bass drum in 8th grade, and we just had to move it just a tad bit every now and then, and that was even like, holy smokes, imagine moving up and down the field into double A's point. You think about this, Dubs. There's times where you get on the field a little late, but that doesn't mean you get more time. They still got to start the time when it's time for the second half, and those guys get back out there and start playing. And when it comes to the games, you have to run off the field. So all that endurance, all that strength, all that memorization comes in from the camp, whether it is football or band. I'm going to lean still towards football, and I'm a music guy. I'm going to lean towards football camp still being the tougher one because the one thing they aren't doing is you're not lining up the tuba player against the bass drummist. Or drummer, and you're not having them do, Oklahoma drills. They aren't making that contact, so they are enduring a lot. In all respect, obviously, I love music. It's one of my careers, in booking for the city and out of state as well. And so I have a ton of respect for the marching band, for band. It's incredible. I've met a lot of people that are so talented in the music scene here in Cleveland and out of state that have played marching band or some band, some instrument of some sort. So it's cool seeing that for marching band, all that. But they aren't running into each other. They're not smashing, pads against each other and going crazy. So I would say football camp gets the edge, but it's not like a blowout. That it's not 22-0 Brewers over Mariners. It's definitely a lot closer than people would probably think.
This question would be good for Ohio State because obviously if it's your day to dot the I, I'm sure you have as much butterflies and whatever as you could possibly imagine.
Yeah. Leading
up to it.
Yeah.
It's the build up. You have 100,000 people plus staring at you, waiting for you to break away. And not just break away, but the movements and stuff and and the steps. And if you mess up, if you are not ready for it, the entire performance is toast. You don't get a redo. If you mess up the script Ohio and you don't dot the I,
that's it.
That's it. There are no redos.
Yeah, and my final point on this, Double A, is you think about this. We talk about the drama, Todd Monken and the quarterback battle and all this drama surrounding the Cleveland Browns and other football teams, obviously in the NFL and throughout college as well, right? You think about for band, you have all the drama you don't hear about that gets reported because the media is not necessarily interviewing the clarinet player and going, hey, talk to me about what's been going on with the team psyche here for the band. They don't find out about so and so's girlfriend left them and now they're down in the dumps and so they're maybe playing a little more of a sad tune and they're off key a little bit. You're not thinking about what happens if the guy that is literally leading the charge gets an injury and he's out for a few weeks. And now your day to day, 2 to 4 weeks out. Now you got to persevere. And nobody thinks about that for band camp or bands in general, that the perseverance of if you lose a few people, whether they decide to drop off, it wasn't for them or whatever, right before the season, now it's essentially going into the season without your starting running back or your starting wide receiver.
Yeah, and you got to, and whoever the backup is, you got to move up the first chair and everything. You got to relearn steps. You got to be ready for the pressure too. You better be playing your music. And there are other things going on too. Last point, Eli, go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say, and you got to lead. You got to be a leader of men and women at that point. You're leading the charge. It's almost like the band and the football teams have similarities that a lot of people don't like to think about.
Very much so. I do agree with that. If you got to do sprints, man, with tuba, my goodness.
We should do that for Inside Edge Network.
Absolutely not.
All right, let's move on.
Smash and
Dude, you were hey, all the homies
I've
eat.
been flawless except that part. Oh, dang.
All the homies eat.
That's the name of the segment. Smash or pass. I'm going to be honest. I watched the replay or listened to the replay of this show earlier today.
Yeah.
Yeah. That hot dog. I promise what we have today is a lot better than what you saw last night. Eli, do you have the clip?
Yeah, I hope it's better than that. I mean, we can't go much further worse than Cheese Whiz hot dogs.
All right, here we go. Okay, so this is, what is that? Strawberry cheesecake rolls?
Ooh, with the cinnamon. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
They kind of elevated their game a little bit there. A lot, the cinnamon rolls itself is acceptable. And then the strawberry, and then like you level up with the cinnamon and stuff and the tear apart. Imagine if that, instead of somebody else's hand, that was your hand tearing apart that cinnamon roll, that strawberry cheesecake cinnamon roll.
That's a way better filling than what was happening yesterday. I'll tell you. My goodness. Double A. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm going to eat after the show. I know we're done here in just a few minutes. I'm going to eat after the show tonight because that is a smash to the thousandth degree. I mean, my goodness. That looked tasty. That looked phenomenal, man. That reminded me of when Papa Moon, who I think I've told you this before, is a cheesecake guy. He makes cheesecakes here at the house. That reminded me of one of Papa Moon's cheesecakes, how good that looked, man. We are back on the winning track, Double A. That's right.
Man.
You know what? We only had the shells on yesterday here on Midnight Run. Tonight we got the pads. We're in full pads. We're ready. We're going to smash this damn strawberry cheesecake cinnamon roll delightfulness.
If you didn't, let's play it one more time. This is a definite smash. Let's play it one more time.
And the icing. They put the icing on. Oh my goodness.
I didn't even peep the ice in the first time.
They put the icing and then they layered it with like the strawberry filling. Oh my goodness. You could have found this yesterday? I know the whole segment is like, there are going to be things we don't like, but that makes my stomach hurt. And then we got to try to go to bed after watching that at 1 a.m. It's a little tough. That is a smash, Double A. That's like a 95 Cleveland Indians, Guardians now. That's like their lineup. That was like what that is. You can put 9 of those in a play on a plate, and they'll be gone in 30 minutes by me. I would smash all 9 of them.
Man, I'm going to give you a little trick too. Just a little bit. I wonder what you can do if it's a good idea. What if you put it in the freezer for a little bit?
No, you got to eat that hot, Double A.
I know. I'm not turning that hot.
Okay.
Definitely.
Okay.
But I'm talking. Let's say it's me and you.
Yeah.
And there's 9 of those.
Okay.
We take whatever we could take in this setting.
Yeah.
What if you take the rest of it, put it in the freezer for a little bit.
You like give it a chill for like an hour or so.
Yeah.
Maybe serve some ice cream on the side with it. Oh,
Yes.
Like some vanilla ice cream. Oh,
yes. Because again, it's a strawberry cheesecake.
Dude. And then you can break the cheesecake up, the little cinnamon roll, and you can like put it in the ice cream and like mix it.
Yes.
Oh man, Double A. We might be on to something.
We might be on to something
here. That's a smash for me, bro. We're back
now,
on the track.
My last thing. I would big back this thing and get a drip of honey.
I was thinking like, or like something, maybe put it in like a smoker or something for a hot second and get an extra crunch on it.
And that's the other end of the spectrum. You could do as is. You could freeze it for ice cream effect, and or you could smoke it. I wouldn't turn it down. I don't know if strawberry cheesecake is best suited for a smoker.
I maybe not, but hey, there's only one way to find out.
Only one way to find out. Oh, I wanted to point out real quick.
Yep.
You and Papa Moon are not alone with air frying hot dogs.
Okay.
I think air frying hot dogs is a good move.
Heck yeah. I mean, if it's a quality hot dog, you can't just go buy any brand. You got to make sure you're buying like a brand that at least, upholds some integrity here. And if you can get a good hot dog, you throw them in the air fryer. We put the buns. So like we'll cook the hot dog for a few minutes in the air fryer. And then we put the hot dog bun on, then put them back in and let the bun get a little toasted too. So it's like it's just a hot dog, man. I mean, yeah, Double A. That's right, dude. That's why we get along so well during this segment, because we're both just like, dude, what could go wrong?
Now, you know what you could do if you really want to just be extra with this.
Yeah.
Put the dogs in the air fryer, for cooking purposes.
Yes.
And then I don't know if you have like a George Foreman grill or just put it on just put it on something so you get your marks.
Yes.
For like a minute. Put it on high heat and get your marks. You have juicy hot dogs.
Dude. Man, bro. Man. We are so back. We are so back. You know what?
Folks,
hey,
we had a little bit of a slump.
Yeah, that's right.
We had a little bit of a slump. It happens, and then you see, here's a guy, and
that's right, dude.
We bring it back,
dude. I'm telling you, Double A. And my final point for the evening is that I know you've been, saying smash and pass. That would be a smash and pass to the homies. That is a good one right there, my guy.
Imagine this: air fried hot dogs, and you put it on the grill or whatever to put the final touches. You get, potato chips, whatever you might want on the side, whatever the case may be. And then it's time for dessert. And you get those the strawberry cheesecake cinnamon roll.
Oh. Come on. One for the good guys. Come on.
See y'all tomorrow night, folks.